A very good afternoon and welcome to Championship Friday here at the MODUS Super Series, where by the end of play tonight we will know the 6 players that will be competing for the famous trophy and the chance to win £20,000 and put themselves in the history books as a MODUS Super Series champion. We know that there is going to be a new name on the trophy. Who it's going to be, we don't quite know yet. 2 from 6 will make their way through Group C, and here's who's in action this afternoon.
Owen Bates won here. Leonard Gates is deflated. It is the local
Super
boy,
Series Week 3 champion
to clean up the scraps. And it's joy for Joe.
Really goes through the gears.
James shot on the first leg.
Case in
Gary
point.
Stone.
Double 15, and everything he touches right now turns to gold.
James shot on the
There it is.
leg. John O'Shea.
Indeed it does. A really interesting afternoon. We have a former Masters champion in action in John O'Shea. We also have one of the young starts and the young talents of the game in Cam Crabtree in action as well. And joining us in the studio to talk about all the action is Laura Turner. Laura, let's talk about last night very quickly. Group B got underway. It was a tight affair with Scott Taylor and Will Moolenkamp top in the group.
Yeah, it really was, wasn't it? I think came to a point where pretty much everyone started beating everyone else, became really quite clustered at the top. Just saw the couple of them just pull away slightly, but I think they've all shown a few signs of edginess, a bit of vulnerability in some of their games. But yeah, it's those two that sit at the top.
It's one of our favourite days here at the MODUS Super Series because it is Championship Friday, and it means that the race for this trophy gets one step closer. And it is exciting because we're going to know who's going to go through, and we're going to see a lot of stories develop as well. We're going to see a lot of emotion on that stage and players telling their stories.
Yeah, I think compared to what we saw earlier this week in Group A, where the players were slightly more relaxed, knowing that even if they didn't quite make it through that group, they were going to have a second chance. This is now last chance saloon, and it really is now we've reached Friday. So yeah, I imagine a bit more nerves, a bit more edginess, but hopefully that will bring the best out in some of the players because they've had a mixed bag of results so far.
It certainly has been, and Group C was very much an example of it. This is how the land lies following the first day's play. Cam Crabtree leads the way in terms of that particular table. He's on 8 points. John O'Shea and Ryan Harrington on 6 respectively. Chaz Barker, Gary Stone both on 4. Wayne Jones lagging behind on 2 points. We'll talk about the chasing pack in just a second, but I want to begin by talking about Cam Crabtree because there was points earlier on this week that we were talking in the studio potentially about him having some ups and some downs. His highs are very highs, but maybe wasn't trying to find the consistency. But the questions that maybe we labelled at him at the end of Wednesday, he answered so emphatically yesterday.
Yeah, and he mentioned it himself. He struggled the first couple of days. He said he had a few problems with his eyes, his vision, which obviously for a dart player that's not conducive to being able to produce your best. But he got better as the week went on, had his best day arguably on the Wednesday, and he's brought that into Group C, and hence he finds himself sat at the top of the table. I just think it shows a little bit of resilience. So, you know, he's a young player. He hasn't been on the scene very long, and yeah, he's impressed so far.
John O'Shea's in second place as far as the table is concerned. He's on 6, so he actually takes on Cam in the first game of the afternoon session. He's got experience of winning big titles. He won the World Masters back in 2019. Can experiences like that help a player like John on a day like today?
Yeah, of course. I think experience counts for quite a lot, but this is darts, this is live sport, and these are human beings that are playing the game at the end of the day, and anything can happen. And as we know from previous weeks here at the Super Series, anything actually does happen. I think John will come out here. He was one that yesterday kind of had to grow into the day, didn't have the strongest of starts, and he's hypercritical when it comes to his own game. So I think he's going to want to bring a better performance level from the actual start. And as I say, if Cam carries on the way he did yesterday, I think John's going to need to find that level quite quickly.
Could Ryan Harrington potentially be a player that today goes under the radar a little bit?
Perhaps. I think actually all of them. I mean, Wayne Jones is pretty much cut adrift on 2 points, but no one's completely out of it yet. So for me, it's very exciting, twists, turns, but I think for the chasing pack, there's just, for me, perhaps a little bit too much to do with just this final day left. But as I say, if someone runs through the card that isn't at the top, then they could put themselves in, you know, very good contention as well.
Well, let's have a look and see what the bookies think about today's proceedings as far as Group C is concerned. They do have Cam as a 6-5 favourite. Not surprised if he wins the first game against John, he will move 4 points clear at the top of the table. John O'Shea, Ryan Harrington next in the betting. And sometimes it's interesting to look at the second and third places, isn't it, in the betting market, because they're kind of saying at that point who they think might get the second position in the table.
Yeah, indeed. And I think Gary Stone there at 6-1. You think yesterday he came in as favourite, didn't have a good day on the Oki by his standards, and came away quite disappointed. So I think perhaps we may see a bit of a better version of Gary Stone. Just needs to get his head on, keep his head up as well, because he did let it drop. He showed signs of frustration quite early on. So if he can overcome that and show what he can do, then yeah, I think he's another one that could threaten for one of those top 2 spots.
And as for Chaz Barso, we know he needs a big day today if he's to qualify through to Champions Night tomorrow. But he's the type of player that could go through a card quite easily.
Yeah, absolutely. Honestly, if any of them did that, it wouldn't really surprise me. They've all got that ability within them. I think if anyone's going to walk away quite disappointed from yesterday, for me, it would have been Chaz, because he started off with 2 wins. He looked like he was absolutely cruising, and then something happened midway through the session, and yeah, he just lost those back end of the games. And there were some that he really had opportunities to win, just struggled on the outer ring slightly, because he scored very well. He was powering in those 180s, but just couldn't finish off to see wins in the last 3 matches.
Well, last night's bet builder landed. Let's see what you've been having a punt on at home this afternoon. So this is today's bet builder, pays 12-1. Goodness me, we won yesterday, so everybody's gone a little bit ambitious on this Friday afternoon. Highest Shaka over 92.5. O'Shea v Crabtree at 5-6. John O'Shea against Jones, that's a 4-2 better scoreline in O'Shea's favour at 6-5. And the most 180s in the game between Crabtree and Jones at 9-4. It pays 12-1. But I've seen worse 12-1s than that. I
tend to agree. I mean, it's a bit of a flip of a coin, isn't it? O'Shea, Crabtree for the highest checkout. I know Cam hit that massive 170 finish yesterday, but let's be honest, John O'Shea is more than capable of doing the same thing. So yeah, that to me is a bit of a kind of almost a 50-50, and but yeah, I think as bets go, it's not a bad 12-1.
It's 18+, speedgambleaware.org if you're having a flutter on the Super Series today. It feels a little bit like the calm before the storm, doesn't it?
It does. We've got a long day ahead of us, a great lineup. Can't wait to get going.
Well, let's get the action started. We begin today in the same vein that we finished yesterday. We're going to see John O'Shea in action, the 2019 World Masters champion. He's in action against Cam Crabtree, the group leader.
To be in the final in a flash. That did not take long at all.
Here we go then. It is Championship Friday here at the MODUS Super Series. We already know Tom Sykes is going to be playing at Champions Night tomorrow evening. The race today is to see the 5 that join him. Cam Crabtree's in pole position as far as Group C is concerned, but John O'Shea and Ryan Harrington are both hot on his heels. A win for O'Shea in this opener. The top 2 will be level on points. It is going to be a dramatic day. There's going to be tears. There's going to be cheers. There's going to be elation. There's going to be deflation. There is going to be stories everywhere you look here at the MODUS Super Series. And describing all of the action in the commentary box alongside Laura Turner, it's a very good afternoon on Championship Friday to Paul Nicholson.
Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome to the last day of qualifying for the Champions Night here in Series 6. Crabtree and O'Shea will be fairly pleased with their efforts from Thursday. Cam maybe more so, because he won 4 from 5.
To throw first. Game on.
But the game that decided who would be top overnight was this fixture yesterday in match 15. Interestingly, looking at that bet builder that you've just
95.
described there, Laura, O'Shea versus Crabtree to have over 92.5 as a checkout in this match as the first part of that bet builder
100.
at 5-6. Their biggest checkout in the game yesterday, 60. But Fridays are never the same as Thursdays, right?
No, and as I said, I just thought it was one of those. It was one of those bets that it could easily come off as easily. That's easy for me to say, as it doesn't. I'll get my teeth in. It's early.
Cam would love to get to double digits to start his day and to create this 4-point cushion
48.
But one thing I think is really interesting coming into Friday's play is that Cam Crabtree has been in Group C's previously.
60.
And he's had mixed fortunes. When you do have disappointment in this starting venue or others,
130.
you may be reminded of situations where you did not succeed. But what did you learn from that?
58. Johnny
If he's
Require,
learned from
84.
previous Group C experiences and can play well today, I think he will have the focus he needs throughout his 5 matches to get it done. Oh, there he is in the background doing the old practice shots.
Game show
However,
on
he's
first
lost the
leg.
first leg to
John
John
O'Shea.
O'Shea, who has started very well. However, Laura John
Swinging his
yesterday
counter throw first.
decided
Game on.
to flip around his stem and flight combo, and when he changed in Game 3, we thought he was starting to cook with something.
95.
He's gone back to the original ones from yesterday.
Yep. Well, to understand the mind of a dart player. But to be fair, O'Shea
96.
opened up his campaign with a 4-3 loss against Chaz Barstow, just averaging around the 78. That is with that current setup. Currently playing much better than that. Opened up with a 15 dart holder throw.
140.
But perhaps he just stuck with them until he lost again, because obviously he lost that final match. Perhaps these stay in until they suffer a defeat.
140.
I'm with you. Enter the mind of a modern dart player. I feel like I don't know the players like I used to. It used to be the case that when you found something that worked, you wouldn't change it.
132.
Changing equipment daily is commonplace.
Yeah, it's not for me. For me, any kind of changes. You're talking to someone who
81.
threw with an
Camera
odd dart
record,
for the
134.
best part of 15 years, just because I didn't really want to change what was working.
I blame Peter Wright. Unashamedly so
58.
as well, because it just didn't seem to happen until he started doing it.
$60. Cammy requires 76.
We had an 84 checkout in the first leg. Double 4 for 76 in the
Gage on
second.
the second leg. Cam
Standard,
Crabtree.
very good in the first couple of legs here. Both 15 darters, both holes of throw.
They'll against John to throw first.
And if
Game
I
on.
may throw a little bit of extra fuel on the fire when it comes to Thursday's action in Group C,
41.
we were talking about the level of play that we had yesterday. I really do think it was a regression from Group A because that was really hard to follow. But imagine how Wayne Jones feels today.
100.
Came away with only 2 points. Had the highest running average of the day. Go figure.
Yeah, that's darts for you, isn't it? Sometimes
100.
you just think it's not your day, it's not your week. Wayne's put in some blockbuster performances, peaked at that 106 in Group A. But yeah, sometimes they just don't convert into results.
Correct. However, if you want a little bit more shine on your apple,
59.
how about Crabtree's doubles percentage yesterday? 50%. Talk about an improvement from Group A to Group C.
56.
That is a remarkable improvement in that department. And that is something that will take him far if he can find his best and more consistent scoring.
180.
First maximum of the day. There will be plenty. And if you are keeping count, we've now got 168 for the week.
135.
We will break 200.
Yeah, I no doubt.
$56 left.
81.
John's done
Cammy
his job
requires
as soon as that
70.
first start missed. That's the best he could do. Double 8.
54.
Not a 15 darter this
Cammy
time.
require 40.
And John
Gage
knows a
on
thing
the
or two about
third
playing
leg.
on Fridays as
John
well as
O'Shea.
Thursdays. Because that's exactly what he did in week 12.
Four-legged Cam to throw first.
We could
Game on.
legitimately get somebody winning Champions Week here in Series 6 who did not win their week. John O'Shea could be that person.
Yeah, absolutely. let's be honest, a loss here wouldn't be completely disastrous for Cam Crabtree if he can recover quite quickly.
27.
I do think what may come into play, because the group is quite tight, and I imagine the players that perhaps didn't perform like Gary Stone, they may bring
40.
a better game.
Somebody may just look at the fixtures today and say, well, I'm going to have to win all 5. Like you, Laura, if somebody does it, I would not
60.
be shocked. But I look at this first game intriguingly. Because if I were sitting in Cam's position or John's position, I'd think to myself, do you know what? Let's get this fixture out of the way. How about you and I go nuts after this? And we take them all out and we both go to Saturday. They can't really work as a team. It doesn't work that way in
59.
round-robin darts. They don't really want to help each other out. However, the scenario of the top 2 at this point in time
60.
staying there is very, very possible. I think it's good that they're getting this fixture out the way so they can focus on the other people who have struggled more than they have.
Yeah, there's no big build-up to
34.
a top table, top-end table clash.
Yeah, they've already had it. They got it out the way yesterday. It may just be the ticket
60.
for them to play with that extra freedom that they need here on a very, very tense day. O'Shea was
41.
very good in his doubles himself yesterday. 39%. That is very, very useful.
93.
And if you were watching all 25 games yesterday, we thank you for tuning in for all of it. And we did have something in common with every player that played yesterday. Everyone
60.
had their best finish of the week yesterday.
104.
Yeah, which I guess is inevitable for the 3 new ones, but for the ones coming from Group A, I guess it shows a different level of focus. It's been in it for a lot of the players in this Group C that have come from Group A. The business end of each leg has been where the troubles lie.
There could be trouble ahead
100.
for Crabtree if he doesn't take
And
this
it requires
66.
66.
Lovely dart. 99.
48.
That
John
could be
requires
costly.
20.
It's not as if his leg difference is that far ahead. It's only 4 in front. This game could change that.
Game
And
shot
double
on the
10
fourth
comes
leg.
up trumps for the
John
Joker.
O'Shea.
I think he's trying to temper his celebration there a little bit. I think that's a really key
If it is
thing for
John
John.
to throw first.
He internalises a lot
Game on.
early, but make no mistake, he wants to pop.
Yeah, he really did try and hold that all in there. Very subdued reaction.
140.
A good performance from John. Funnily enough, very similar to what Cam was putting in yesterday.
60.
And that leads me to my next point about Crabtree from A to C. His average was 86 and a bit for the first 3
60.
days. That was only good enough to finish in the bottom 3. However, 86 and a bit for yesterday, and it was good enough to top the table.
100.
Does that tell us, with all due respect to the players that are playing this week, that Group A was stronger than any group we've had this week?
Yeah, I think it does. I think the way they played over the 3
140.
days consistently, as you say, it wasn't enough for Cam to make inroads in Group A, but lead Group C.
140. John record 160.
But for me, it's not. It came as a surprise, some of the levels that we saw from the players. It's not something that I expect to continue.
Yeah, everybody had their own
51.
patterns yesterday, whether they started slowly, then improved, and in some cases, start well, but regress quickly, and continue to do so till the end of the
140.
session.
John record 110.
For the match, it's been a very steady performance here from John. I would throw this one quickly.
92.
That one was
And
precarious.
it requires 61.
And I think he may have been disturbed by the fact that it was dangling. He may have just thrown it a bit too fast. Well, double 18 and double 9 have robbed Crabtree
John
of a
record
chance
18.
to stay in this match. How ironic it could be if John hits it which he
Game,
does.
shot, and the match.
The advantage
John
at the top of the
O'Shea.
table for Crabtree does not last long because now John O'Shea overtakes him. He joins Crabtree on 8 points, but the leg difference has flipped around. The Joker knows a thing or two about being at the top of the table in Group C because he was there the majority of the time a week ago. When Ryan Harrington plays against Gary Stone next, they've got to try and catch the two at the top of the table by winning their first game of the day.
Welcome back to Championship Friday here at the MODUS Super Series, where we've already had our first twist in the tail. Cam Crabtree defeated by John O'Shea in our first game of the day, and it opens up the door for that man there, Ryan Harrington, who's definitely not feeling the nerves, is he, of a big day ahead of him. If anything, he's taking the mickey out of Owen Binks, our referee, who actually went to see Gary Stone's beloved Glasgow Rangers on Wednesday night. Kept a quite a low profile as well when he was there enjoying that game. But for Harrington, if he wins this one, there'll be a three-way tie at the top of the Group C table, and it will mean that we'll have some real tension between now and the end of the day. Should be an intriguing one. Watching this one is Paul Nicholson and Laura Turner.
Welcome to Game 2. Ryan Harrington is in a very good position at this point. He has 6 points, a leg difference that is useful, but he must get out of the traps here today. If he beats Gary Stone again, because he beat him yesterday by 4 legs to 2 in Game 14, he will join the party on 8 points of Crabtree and O'Shea, and will also inch
42.
closer to the top of the table. Now, he cannot get to the top of the table from this game, even if he wins 4-0.
60.
Because that would still leave him 1 leg short. However, if he does get to 8 points, he will create this 4-point cushion between the top 3 and the bottom 3. I just wonder, and this is something I wonder every Friday we have, which game will be the most important one to
83.
create that distance?
Yeah, I think it's something we say quite often, but they all feel quite important. And I think for these players, just getting off to a good start, obviously the results aren't going to go the way of everyone.
45.
But even if you can put in a good performance that you can just build a bit of confidence on. Ryan Harrington, he got the results yesterday, but again, in terms of averages, it was kind of around the kind of mid-80s. And I know that he's got a lot more in his locker, whereas Gary Stone started off very strong. I think had the best kind of combination
83.
legs in that opening match. Went to 10 and 11 to actually win his opener, and then just regressed. He was one of the ones that we were mentioning before, just kind of
100.
tailed off as the day went on.
On some level, you can really understand Gary's frustrations, because when he turns it on, there aren't many better.
140.
But this is the infuriating nature of this sport. You could go 10-11 to finish a match, and the rest of the day, you can struggle, because that's exactly what happened. I don't blame Ryan going for the double 18 for tops there.
35. Gary
He did
requires
miss
60.
by quite some distance, unfortunately, giving Gary an opening break opportunity. That's a nice guide.
40. Ryan requires 61.
I think one of the biggest things, if Gary Stone is to find some way to the top two today, he must be able to take disappointment on the chin.
Game shot on the first leg.
How's he going to take that?
Ryan Harrington.
First leg to Ryan.
Yeah,
Second against Gary
in the context of the game, I know he's had the opportunity early to break Gary Stone, but he's now got the darts, and this is the leg to me that really does matter.
100.
Yeah, get yourself embroiled in a battle. That's all good. Take it to 3-3. Keep it on the throw. And then figure out a way to get through leg 7. I know there's only 2 points between these two, but even at this early stage of Friday, I'd say the pressure's
60.
on Harrington. It's one of the best things about yesterday. Everybody got points. Everybody's still
59.
involved coming into today. And that will be the case in Group B later as well. Nobody really took that group by the scruff of the neck last night.
59.
Scott Taylor and Ron the Bomb Muhlenkamp got 6 points from 8. But if you think they're comfortable, think again.
125.
Yeah, it's still, to me, very open, as you say, in both groups. But these early stage matches here in Group 3 could really see the table take some real shape.
I'll tell you what I am admiring today, Laura. The pristine nature of this white shirt from Gary Stone and the pristine
84.
nature of the flights. They look about as fresh as a Gordon Ramsay kitchen tablecloth.
Do you reckon he tuned in and listened to your ongoing frustration at the fact they needed
99.
fanning back out?
Well,
155.
he didn't seek me out this morning, so I'm guessing he didn't. Treble 19 for double. And how much Gary Stone would covet that treble 20 with his next dart to give himself 2 darts at double 12.
39.
He was
Gary
only
requires
30%
84.
on doubles yesterday. That will have to improve today. Let's find out on double 12. And that's
Game shot on the
lovely.
second leg.
Lovely little
Gary
bounce
Stone.
off that spring onion style dart. And we have a level game.
The leg is Ryan to throw first.
2 cooking
Game
references in one leg. We're cooking now.
You're on fire.
I promise you, we're not playing commentator bingo today.
96.
Something that does exist, apparently. They do it with Premier League darts, don't they? Certain social media accounts, they have
Yes.
these bingo cards of what will be said.
Bongo bingo.
31.
It reminds me of a golf game. It's called Bingo Bango Bongo. Ryan will
60.
know that one because he's an excellent golfer. Possibly one of the best out there who can throw a dart at this level.
100.
When Ryan started playing top-level darts, you know what his occupation was? I'm not even sure if he still does it, actually.
140.
The same occupation as Martin Phillips. We'll go full on 2024 with this. We won't go the old
100.
vernacular for it. A refuse collector.
Ah, I did not know that.
And never underestimate the strength
135.
of a bin man. Especially before the wheelie bins were brought in.
Oh gosh, yeah, I can imagine.
Yeah, every bin man from the 1980s looked like Thor.
Ryan
Yeah,
requires
one of the
70.
most valuable services, especially in my household.
Double 16 for Ryan.
Game
And
shot on
another
the third
nice
leg.
little take there.
Ryan Harrington.
2 out of 2 on the double so far. And he's being very, very
It's
tidy
Gary to throw first.
when he gets to the
Game on.
doubles. I like what I'm seeing. Rather unspectacular darts, but don't let that fool you. You don't necessarily
96.
need the spectacular at times here today. You just got to be very efficient, and that's exactly what he's done.
Yeah, I agree. I like the approach from Harrington. It's just been quite clinical, especially at crucial moments.
58.
He's always been a purveyor of the grey trousers. Once formerly noted by Mark
100.
Webster as naughty pants. Because we used to have a rule in PDC darts that you had to wear black.
Yeah, there have been some very
57.
strict, but potentially, I don't know, not necessary rules over the years. Remember playing county and having a whole
42.
kind of half an hour debate in a committee meeting about footwear.
I find it rather baffling in this day and age
180.
that we are still having this discussion. I'll tell you what opened up my eyes. 2017, I went to Hong Kong and I played in a soft tip competition over there with
97.
a few people. And I look over the room and I spy Lawrence Ilagan on the other side, surrounded by people, mega star over there. Walks over. All right, lol. How's it going?
34.
Great guy. I had a chat with him for a couple of minutes. And I looked at his feet. He's playing a darts competition with red high tops. And he looked like the coolest cat in the building.
130.
I think to myself,
Ryan requires 72.
why aren't we doing that? This was done twice last night by Michael Van Gerwen in Glasgow.
32.
I'm sure our referee
Very
saw that. He
required,
had very close
36.
quarters. However, Stone, who knows a thing or two about Glasgow, is looking for the third dart to land. Oh,
No score.
that is so typical of his
Ryan
couple of
requires
days.
40.
Yeah, it really is. And Harrington now can stretch his lead to 3-1, and he
Game shot
still
on the
remains
fourth
very
leg.
deadly on the
Ryan
doubles.
Harrington.
Yeah, talking of Glasgow, I think there's quite a few players heading there this weekend. It's the Scottish Open.
Fifth leg, it's Ryan to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, good luck to everybody who's going up to the Scottish Open, a very prestigious title. I believe Leung Kai Fan is the #1 seed in the men's.
46.
Fallon Sherrick is playing in the ladies' competition. I would imagine that she's one of the favourites for that.
I'd imagine so.
131.
Funnily enough, Fallon's partner is ineligible to play in the singles.
Yes, of course. Yeah, by way of acquiring
97.
a PDC tour card.
I believe he can still play in the pairs and the mixed pairs and things
Yeah,
like that.
you can play in the kind of what we would say kind of less serious. Although
140.
tell anyone that's playing in those tournaments, they're less serious.
Now, I went to the 2011 British Open pairs and was told I couldn't play. Because apparently, if you win the British Open
84.
pairs, you get into the World Masters. So I wasn't allowed to enter. My partner was furious.
I can imagine. That's can't enter for future ineligibility.
100.
Ryan, if you wanted 4-1, needed to get to a finish there for me.
45.
Doesn't get anywhere close.
30.
But Stone could get closer to Ryan if he can find this in 6.
78.
Coincidentally, if Harrington was to win this match by 4-1, he would equalise the position of Cam Crabtree in second. Matches leg difference
85.
and points.
Gary required 52.
It's up to Gary to stop him.
Yeah, double 16, and
shot
it
the
is double
fifth leg.
16. That's a break and
Gary
throw for
Stone.
Gary Stone, and a 14 dart leg, and that's much better from the Scotsman.
Sixth leg, it's Gary to throw first. Game on.
You got any nice Scottish memories Played much up there?
Only times I've really played up there would be the Scottish Open. It's such a
134.
very popular tournament, very busy.
I could write a book with all my Scottish memories, the different exhibitions I've done at places like Alloa, Inverurie,
93.
Aberdeen. I've even been to Campbelltown, which is past the Mull of Kintyre. I
60.
still have a rare bottle of whiskey from Campbelltown, which Gavin McLachlan, who was the manager of the distillery down there, actually printed the label and my name on it.
42.
It's one of my treasured possessions.
Oh, that's very nice.
Yeah, and when we were driving there from Glasgow, which took about 3 hours, beautiful drive, the driver said to me about 20 minutes before we got to Campbelltown, look to the right. I said, what's up there? And he said, oh, that's Paul McCartney's house.
Oh, cool. It's a who's who in Scotland.
Yeah, apparently it's one of the only places in that neck of the woods
100.
from Scotland where you can see Northern Ireland. I wonder why I picked to live there. Probably because you can get everywhere by helicopter. Yeah, Scotland is such a beautiful country. Full of incredible people.
180.
Full of incredible dart players as well, called Gary.
Yes.
47. Gary requires
Now,
67.
Gary's job is to reel Harrington in and stop him from getting a match dart. If you can keep your opponent at 3,
27.
that'd be job done. The scoring stakes for Stone have been much better the last couple of legs. Overtaken Ryan's average by a good 4 points
177.
until that.
Gary require 40.
Yeah, a lot of pressure on this for Stone. You feel it has to go. Harrington's been deadly on the doubles.
It's got to go, Gary. Will it help? It hindered.
20. Ryan requires
What a chance.
42.
He's 75% on doubles. Is the man from Essex. He's got to go to double 16 here. It's been so good to him. He hasn't missed it.
26.
But it doesn't help him here.
Gary required 20.
Gary was unable to stop him getting match darts. But he stops him
Game
getting
shot
any
in the
more.
sixth leg. Gary Stone.
Yeah, and this has been a good rally from Gary Stone.
7 from
He
5.
found himself in this position a few times yesterday
Game
and just
on.
wasn't able to kind of dig deep to fight back.
I often get
44.
asked this question, Laura, about because the amount of exhibitions that dart players have been gifted over their career can be a very big amount.
140.
I get asked the best one I've ever been a part of. It was in Scotland. It was at a place called the Ironworks in Inverness, famous comedy and music venue. That place was packed.
140.
Somewhere in the region of 350 people, and you think, well, that's quite a small exhibition, but here's who was at it.
122.
Myself, Mark Webster, Robert Thornton, Adrian Lewis, Terry Jenkins, John Henderson, and some other local dart players. It was the best night.
50.
I could go on about it for hours. The level of the darts, the pairs matches we had between myself, Webster, Jenkins, Terry Jenkins, and Adrian Lewis. They were
55.
just all unbelievable games, and the banter between everyone was iconic. What a place. What a town. One of my favourites
85.
in the world. Inverness is amazing.
It's one of the fun things, isn't it, about exhibitions. You're there to entertain and please the crowd, but the banter in the back room, that's always quite a good crack.
Yeah, Adrian and I have always had good banter.
43.
Sometimes it's a bit frosty, but every now and again it just sticks out in a good way. Now, Gary Stone's best finish yesterday was 100 in his first
Gary
game.
Maguire, 141.
How much you would like to trump that right now?
And I think that deep breath before that throw just tells you everything you need to know. This is massive.
Tremendous effort.
89.
This is not a gimme, though.
95.
In golfing terms, this is like holding a 30-foot putt. 2 double 19s. And now Stone has a chance to win the match. to make things really interesting.
79.
He can go to
requires
6
52.
points and still have a chance of qualifying.
No score.
They've both had match darts.
Ryan requires 16.
Can Ryan take his second bite of the cherry?
Game shot and the
Winning that match for Ryan could be really
Harrington.
key if he's going to get the top 2 in the next few hours, because now he's on 8 points with Crabtree and John O'Shea, and we have a 4-point gap between the top 3 and the bottom 3. It's very much up to the likes of Barstow and Jones to get a move on, because if they don't, people like Harrington, who's just had 57% on doubles, are going to be in the wind very soon. When we come back, it will be Barstow and Jones going toe-to-toe.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where before the break, Ryan Harrington made sure there was 3 co-leaders at the top of Group C, getting the better of Gary Stone and a last leg decider by 4-3. Right, Chaz Barter can keep himself in the mix, a couple off top spot if he can get victory in his first game. He won the first 2 yesterday, but then proceeded to lose his final 3. He takes on Wayne Jones, for whom hasn't really quite happened for him so far this week. We've seen the heights from the Wanderer. He's had 106 average so far this week, but hasn't quite had the consistency needed at the Champions Week top table. Right, it's the final game from the first round of fixtures on Championship Friday in the company of Paul Nicholson and Laura Turner.
The complexion of the group, it has changed a little bit, as we now have a bit of a crater between the top 3 and the bottom 3. Chaz Barstow, who had a pretty decent start to his campaign in Group C yesterday, has got to get to 6 points in this game, you feel. If he doesn't, and Wayne Jones gets to 4, there's going to have to be a great deal of shaking up happening in the middle of the schedule today to see if the 2 combatants going to Saturday are not going to be Crabtree, O'Shea or Harrington.
Game on.
Must be a special occasion. Wayne Jones has got his dart shirt on.
I mean, is this Wayne Jones meaning
97.
business?
Here we go. If he goes bananas today, it's because of the shirt.
Or has he just run out?
What kind of blue is that? Electric blue?
100.
Yeah, I like that. Kind of matches the shape of the patterns on his shirt.
Yeah, I like it as well. It matches Chaz's flights,
90.
who seems to have taken some flights off Ryan Harrington, by the way, because over the last 4 days, Chaz has been using a one-piece setup. Maybe he's run out of flights and stems. So he said, you know what, Ryan, can I have some of yours?
Yeah, another player just tinkering with the setup.
I was looking at social media this morning,
95.
and I saw a post from Tom Sykes, and he was saying that I think he'd run out of the ones that he wanted. And somebody from a dart shop up in St Helens has sent him some speedily,
180.
and he's very grateful.
I can imagine.
This game started rather brightly.
139. Might have required 41.
This is for an 11 dart start.
It's the power of the dart shirt.
25. Chaz, you require
Define
80.
irony. Wayne Jones clapping at 2 missed darts at double that weren't very close.
60.
But he should hit it this
Might
time.
require
3
60.
darts in hand, at any double on the board, someone of this level should back themselves.
Game shot on the
Well done,
first
Wayne.
leg. Wayne
Still
Jones.
doesn't look happy with the 13 dart leg. He should be very happy.
Yeah, he should be indeed.
Second leg, it's Wayne to throw first.
I wonder if he's found a
Game
way
on.
home because of the train strikes.
Gosh, yeah. Maybe that's why the dart shirt's out. Maybe that's why he's kicked us off with a 13 dart leg.
Yeah, can't get home, so I might as well stay.
78.
But get a look at his left sleeve. It's a sneaky design. I like it. Like it even more if I was a Wolverhampton Wanderers fan.
46.
He's got blue wolves on his left sleeve. They're cool. Literally cool because they look like they're freezing cold.
$140.
Although it does look like on his dart shirt that he's surrounded by bolts of lightning.
Yeah, it does. It's an interesting pattern.
26.
There they are. See, some of them are upside down. Having a game of Wolf Jenga.
180.
Well, whatever it is, if it is this kind of superhero effect by Wayne Jones donning a dart shirt, he's putting it to very good use. That's 3 180s for only in the second leg.
This is getting a bit silly. What did Wayne have for breakfast? Because I want
Game shot
some.
the second leg. Wayne Jones.
Note to self.
They'll get
Start
chance
Group
to throw
A
first.
in dart
Game
shirt.
Wayne in black and blue equals good.
57.
He looks like he's in the mood today. Wayne's never really been noted as someone to put in massive averages. He's been one of those
55.
journeyman-style excellent players that you really don't want to play when they're on form. Hard to beat.
100.
That's how he's been categorised his entire career.
Yeah, well, you mentioned it before. He did have the highest average of the day, but only ended up with 2 points to show for it.
45.
I've just had a little look, actually. Something that we
44.
missed. Earlier in the week when he had that 106 plus average, it was broadcast on TV. It is now a new personal best. He has never averaged
60.
106 before. So there you go.
Well, it just goes to show in this sport, doesn't matter how many
59.
years experience, there's always room to improve. And yeah, this is this has got the potential, if Wayne can zone back in on that treble 20, of beating it again.
Well, the 180s have dried up. He's only got 3 and 3 legs now.
100.
Could you sense the sheer disgust in my voice there? That he's only got 1 per leg.
100.
However, this may be a pattern that occurs this entire year. Players who have reputation, they still have skill, and they can find new levels. We've already seen it with Gary Anderson this season.
60.
He's found a new PB with 117. Wayne's got a new PB. And we saw it with Ryan Searle a couple of seasons ago.
41.
He broke his personal best 3 times in a month.
But these are the levels that you need, and these are the milestones you need to break through in order to remain competitive, because everyone around you is doing the same thing.
58. Charge you require 100.
I think you need that 105 plus game to be competitive these days.
80.
Well, that'll do.
123.
However, only if he gets a look. Bullseye. Wayne Jones is at it today.
Third leg. Wayne
Ticking
Jones.
lots of boxes. And that is one of his best finishes of the week. Doesn't trump his 136 from yesterday,
Wayne to
but
throw first.
with the bullseye at
Game
the
on.
end, arguably, it is a bit fancier. Chaz is averaging 75 in this game.
140.
Let's be honest. He's not come out of the traps here. He hasn't even got a 140 yet.
No, but I do wonder if he was slightly taken aback by this performance level from Wayne Jones. As I said, we've only seen it sporadically throughout the whole week. Chaz did have that chance at the 80 finish in the opening leg, but Wayne was relentless in the first 2. The last one was 1 in 21 darts, but sometimes when someone comes out at you like that, you just find it very hard to get back in the game.
Yeah, it's such a good point. I'm sure it's happened to you when you've played tournaments around the
96.
world. It's definitely happened to me. You look at someone who is obviously playing out of their skin, and you think to yourself, oh no, can I actually beat this person today?
125.
I vividly remember a game I played against Johnny Clayton once. I turned around what felt like about 5 or 6 minutes, and I was
42.
miles behind.
Wayne record 155.
And he was just plodding along, doing his thing. It sounds very similar, that statement, to what Wayne is doing here. Every time Chaz looks up, Wayne has done something good.
83.
It's almost like you've become a spectator of your own game, not on purpose. It's just the way it feels.
Yeah, like an out-of-body experience.
Yeah.
Well, yesterday,
44.
Jones beat Barstow 4-2.
72.
He could better that by 2 legs if he takes this. And somebody could be back in the race.
54.
Look at the disappointment there. I like that.
Yeah, something we haven't really seen too much of from Wayne so far this week. He's just come out on the final day with some real dogged determination.
100.
He's come out with spirit
Wayne
today, and
record
that
18.
is a good sign, albeit from the basement of the table. However, he's not sitting there anymore because he has
Wayne
swapped
Jones.
positions with Chaz Barstow. He's gone to 4th because of the 4-0 victory. So he's on -2 in leg difference and 4 points. And Barstow has gone to -7. So if someone is going to do something remarkable in Champions Week, I wonder if it's going to be Wayne Jones in Group C. We'll have to keep an eye on him over the next couple of hours. However, when we come back for the start of round number 2, it will be Gary Stone up against John O'Shea, who knows exactly what he has to do.
Hi there, welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. Great performance there from Wayne Jones before the break. We said he'd had it in him. Getting the better of Chaz Barstow, 4.95 average for the Wanderer there. Let's have a look then at the table for the first round of matches in Group C. The league leader overnight, Cam Crabtree, was defeated by John O'Shea, and that opened up the door for the Joker and Ryan Harrington. And victories for the pair of them mean that they are all on 8 points. Wayne Jones, Gary Stone, Chaz Barstow, they're all now cut adrift on 4. They can still mathematically make it through, but they're going to have to win every game from here on in. So that is how the table occupies itself. Gary Stone is in action up next, up against John O'Shea, who, if he wins this game, will go on to 10 points. And actually, the way this round of fixtures works out, O'Shea, Crabtree and Harrington all avoid each other. And so they could all still be level on points by the end of this round, one way or another. Let's watch this one with Paul and Laura.
With that in mind, imagine if Barstow wins, Stone wins, and Jones wins again. Players on 8, 3 players on 6. Speaking of scenarios that
First
we
leg,
would
it's
sneakily
Gary
like
throw
to see.
first. Game on.
Yeah, sign me up. I'll take that. That would be rather interesting going into round number 3 today.
Yeah, I agree. Very much so. And he's still there.
180.
Well, that is an emphatic start from Gary Stone.
Give it the full bottom lip as well. The bottom lip of approval.
134.
Did get a chance to win the match against Ryan Harrington, but lost by 4 legs to 3. One thing I will say
91.
about the difference between the top 3 and the bottom 3, it's not just the fact that there are 4 points between them, but the leg difference. It's enormous. You've got -7 for Barstow,
100.
-6 for Stone, -2 for Jones. And the other 3 at the top of the table are all well inside the positive
60.
column. So it's not just points that need to be found, margins need to be found as well with the wins.
So really what you're saying is you want, over the next 3 days, perhaps a 4-0 win
Gary
for
McCoy,
Stone,
170.
a 4-0 win for Jones, and a 4-0 win for Barstow, just to mix things up completely.
Yeah, just make it as tight as possible. We
145.
almost had our third 170 of the week there from Gary.
167.
Had one from Scott Taylor last night and one from Crabtree in Group C yesterday.
59. Gary required 25.
Double 12. This worked in the previous game,
13.
but not right now.
Only require
Couldn't use the marker.
108.
Well short. Don't look, Gary. Don't look.
76.
Now we can look.
Gary required 12.
Yeah, I think John thought that one might be going in. And that's a great guide. Can he use it? Yes, he can.
Game shot on the first leg.
I like
Gary
the way
Stone.
that Gary's come out here.
Second leg is John to throw first. Game on.
Not many dart players tuck their shirt in anymore. You noticed that? These are the kind of things I notice. I don't know what that says about me.
135.
The words of Robert De Niro in a movie called The Intern.
121.
He said, how come nobody tucks anything in anymore? Maybe it's due a comeback.
Yeah, perhaps.
100.
And Steve Beaton tucks his dart shirt in. Gary does. Any others?
91.
Ross Smith.
Yeah, he's just cool all around though. He does everything right. Gary Anderson tucks his shirt in, doesn't he? I'm pretty sure he does.
Yeah.
48.
You've now got me thinking about people who tuck their dart shirts in. That's not where I thought I'd be at this time of the day.
59.
Welcome to spending Friday with the asset. This is how deep we go. We go down the rabbit hole. More so than Neo from the
100.
Matrix.
As long as we come back out, I'm happy.
I'm leaving a trail of candy to get out.
100. John
Did I just say the word
180.
candy? Do I live in America? No. We just live in John O'Shea's world.
Game shot on the
Sing and do
second
things
leg.
like that.
John O'Shea.
Very, very nice from the Joker, who had his best finish of the week yesterday of
Gary to throw first.
142.
Game on.
You have to go great guns to improve on that one. He has improved leg to leg here.
84.
Took that second one in 15 darts.
Yeah, and he stuck with the setup that saw him win that opening match 4-1 over Cam Crabtree.
84.
Compared to his other stems and flights he uses, it's a bit longer with this dart. Sometimes runs that risk of clattering
60.
into the dart that's already in the board just because of the length of it. But what he struggled with yesterday was an initial low dart, and he doesn't seem to be doing that so much today.
140.
Absolutely brilliantly put. That's the dart that John was getting yesterday. Hitting that small 20
60.
and struggling to recover. I've always said that if you can get that first dart right, it just takes so much pressure off the rest of the scoring visit.
100.
You walk away with a ton there. You think, well, that was quite an easy ton. But if you come away with the dart, finding the treble with the last dart, you feel like you've worked hard for it. There it is again. It's so much better today. Had a great amount of Irish dart players here over the last
81.
year and a half in Portsmouth. The very first winner on a Saturday night is actually from John O'Shea's neck of the woods, Kieran Tian.
40. John required 96.
Stay there. Now he's got to tidy up. Hates the fact that he lost the line. Had he even found the 20, this next shot would be a lot easier.
42.
He now he's got to burn a dot to get to a double still.
Yeah, I'm liking this as well from John O'Shea.
134.
I think the players have come out with a bit more urgency than what we saw yesterday. They know this is their last chance. They know this table's tight.
44.
Well, John has been in command in this match since the end of leg one. But things might be changing.
51. John required 10.
Yeah, I'm not sure that's the way that most players would have gone when there was an option for a bullseye.
6. Gary required 32.
Don't worry, Paul is still here. He's
Game's
just
on the
slightly
third leg.
speechless, but
Gary
it did
Stone.
work out well in the end for Gary Stone. Thoughts, Paul?
I'm like Wyatt's grandparents in Weird
Against
Science. I've gone
Johnson
catatonic.
Game on.
Why did he do that?
It wasn't even really close to a
121.
double-double attempt either.
If he'd hit it, he would have looked like a genius. But on shots like that, where it's tactically wrong
44.
and you don't hit it, you can come across as a little silly.
He was fortunate in the end. John
85.
O'Shea did miss another attempt, and you do wonder when someone does that kind of shot against an opponent, does that also play a few mind games?
41.
I mean, would that annoy you if your opponent decided that option was a better one than having a clear shot at bullseye?
No, not at all. I'd say it as a sign of weakness.
118.
And every time I see weakness when I play a player, I just try and eat them up. I don't know what that says about me, by the way. But that's what
58.
someone like Phil Taylor would do. It's what Gary Anderson would do. It's what Adrian Lewis would have done.
59.
Imagine if somebody did that against Eric. He would have had a conversation with them and put them away.
$60.
Looks like he's
John
lacking
required
energy.
118.
Yeah, more passion, more energy.
78.
That'll do. Very nice from John to line it up. Gary is still to get to the halfway point of the leg.
140.
And the better the result here for John,
required 40.
if he can win,
Game shot on the fourth.
better it is for that leg difference,
John
which is
O'Shea.
currently the best of anybody in the group. It's 2-2.
If it gets Gary to throw first.
If somebody
Game
was to
on.
put me in an interrogation chair and ask me to describe this game in one word, I think I would struggle.
100.
Yeah, I think that the kind of word I'd use for both these groups, actually, Group C and Group B, has been unpredictable.
59.
And you're the one who started calling me Nostradamus. I can't predict anything.
Well, I don't know. You've had a few good shouts so far this week.
I'm going to go full throttle here, and this is a risky play by me, but I think Andy Bolton might average 90 tonight.
Is that the riskiest play that you've ever called?
Nope. That's like saying a football pitch is green.
55.
Anything's possible in sport. Even Tiger Woods shanked a golf shot yesterday. Anything's possible when human beings are involved.
58.
One thing I will say about Gary tucking in his shirt, at least he's wearing a belt. I don't trust people who don't wear belts when they tuck stuff in.
I'm wearing a belt and I'm not tucked in.
See, that's just great behaviour. That's elite behaviour.
140, Gary. 106.
Could find himself in front here in a very strange game of darts.
Game shot.
Well, there you go.
Fifth leg. Gary Stone.
Make sense of this if you can, but that is a very good leg of darts. 15
John to throw first.
to get a 3-2 lead. He's averaging 7 less than John O'Shea, but don't let that fool you because he has got the darts and he can spend a few extra shots when you've got the throw. Could be as simple as John taking his shots with 1 or 2 in the requisite visit, whereas Gary's probably taken all 3. But it's not as if anybody in the top 3 can have a game off. If there were 2 players who had created that separation between positions 2 and 3, I'd say maybe you've got a bit of leeway. But because there are 3 there and only 2 go through, someone could get hurt by the end of the day by a game like this.
100.
Yeah, I think it's going to be more than 1 or 2 still left in the race as we get to the tail end of the day.
98.
Do you know how yesterday we said that Gary Stone's shirt looked like he played for France?
Oui.
Today, he looks like he's sponsored by Delta Airlines or Malaysian Airlines. Same colour scheme.
Yeah, they are very kind of
59.
quite resemblant of
Require
adaptations of
164.
flags.
I think the fact that we are constantly talking about his dart shirts, 1, says something about the person who's talking about them, and the fact that the person who's wearing them, I like them. They're vibrant. And in the words of Michael Van Gerwen, they're not too busy.
Require 106.
Yeah, which is in stark contrast to Chaos, his colleague, who had some kind of psychedelic pattern going on his shirt.
Yeah, if anything bad happens today, I'm going to blame Reese.
98.
I think he may have put me in a trance.
167.
This would be some way to finish the match. When humans look up, they want help. Got to go downstairs now.
97.
That's a nice switch. This is not
8.
a given that John will take this. He'll be hoping he does take it, though.
Yeah, 2-2. Needs a little lift and can't find it. So match-winning opportunity incoming for Gary Stone.
70.
And there was pressure coming from Gary. Oh, Gary, what have you done?
30. Johnny require 4.
Yeah, whether that's lapse of concentration, whether that's just feeling it a bit too much. But he has been well and truly punished.
7
and it is
from
now 3 apiece.
to throw first.
The only saving grace, perhaps, Gary Stone does have the darts hit. But you need to get over that little mistake very quickly. And that's sometimes been quite hard for Gary to do.
81.
Yeah, he's been exposed a few times in this group already, where he's not been able to bounce back from disappointment.
100.
What John would give for 1 chance to win this match to go to 10 points.
96.
and to, for the first time, be top of the group on points alone. No treble. Not happy. And Stone retains the lead. Yesterday's game saw Stone average 89 and O'Shea 94 in a 4-1 win. Numbers today are not close to that.
100.
No, but I think numbers, especially at this point in the match, they just go out the window. Now it's about who's going to hold it together long enough, because both these players have gone slightly off the boil, and you've got to say, a treble here from O'Shea, and it's advantage him.
Whoa!
Advantage John O'Shea.
180.
And it's not even tennis.
No, but he set himself up lovely for a game, set and match
48.
it.
John requires 76.
Keep it simple, John. He finds his single.
56. Gary,
Well, let's find out if he's coming back. This would be a whirlwind. John's had a somewhat tumultuous time on double 10 the last couple of weeks here. He needs it clean and clinical. Just like that. No joking around from John O'Shea on a match dart, because now he's top of the table on 10 points. And with that fine win by 1 leg, his leg difference will go up to +8 as well. So he sends the message to Crabtree and Harrington, who will play in the next couple of matches. But first up to the plate, it's Cam Crabtree in Game 5.
Welcome to the live lounge here in Portsmouth. It's Championship Friday here at the MODUS Super Series. And before the break, John O'Shea became the first player to move on to 10 points in Group C, getting the better of Gary Stone in a last leg decider. So the Joker has laid the gauntlet down now on Cam Crabtree and Ryan Harrington respectively. It is Shazam that is into bat now. He takes on Wayne Jones. He began the day bottom of the pile as far as the league table is concerned, but has put in the performance of the day so far, an average in excess of 95 to get the better of Chaz Barstow by 4-0 in his opening game. There's going to be some spoiling here at the Super Series on this Friday. Is this going to be another twist? Is this going to be another turn? Let's find out with Paul Nicholson and Laura Turner.
Any idea what the difference is between
First
a
leg,
twist and a
it's
turn,
Cam
Laura?
to throw first. Game on.
I can't really. It's more a visual thing. This is a twist, and if I spin on my chair, that's a turn.
Well, when you turn once. Twist, you can always go back on yourself.
140.
That's why I like that phrase, twists and turns. At the minute, we've seen Wayne Jones turn in a good way.
60.
But it has been a fairly twisty day. You've already seen John O'Shea win a couple of matches. You've seen Wayne Jones turn up. And Barstow is having a very
100.
twisty group. They're actually crisps in Australia, you know? Twisties. They're very popular.
60.
Are they one of your favourites?
Yeah,
Are they up there with knickknacks?
better. This is not the Vegemite and Marmite
94.
argument, by the way. But I love twisties so much that when Damon Hatter went back to Australia, he brought me some home. They are life-altering. They are great.
Where do you sit on the Marmite argument?
60.
As in,
Can
are
we
you a
record
lover or a hater? Because I went
167.
back last night, had Marmite on toast.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of it.
99.
Whack it on a bit of toast or put a bit of that umami stuff into a sauce. Makes all the difference. Doesn't need much. I'd gladly have words with
85.
anybody who doesn't
Can we
put
record
Worcestershire sauce on cheese on
68?
toast. I mean, that's just horrible behaviour.
Yep. Or in a toasty, few herbs.
Double top for Cam.
James on the first leg.
Starts very brightly.
Cam Crabtree.
Turns the other cheek after losing his first one by 4-1 to
Second leg is
O'Shea.
Wayne
Now
to
he's got
go
to try and
first.
keep pace
Game
with
on.
John. If he wants to keep pace with his points and leg difference, he must beat Wayne by 4-1. And if that was to happen,
121.
Jones would be 6 points behind the top two with only 3 games to go. And everybody knows at the Super Series that is a bad sign.
140.
Especially when the leg difference would be around about 10 legs apart, if not more.
It's one of the things I've quite liked about Cam in this second phase of his campaign here.
100.
Did suffer quite a bit of disappointment. Did see a bit of negativity creeping into his Group A games. But at the end of the day, kind of drew a line under it, came back positive,
81.
and now he's into this, into Group C. He just seems to be able to recover, and this has been a very good recovery from that disappointment of a 4-1 defeat.
He was talking
60.
yesterday to yourself and Henry about how he's going to play for England this year. That'll be a special day for him, especially at such a young age as well. Not many
140.
people of that age get a call up. They usually wait for them to kick into another gear when they're a bit older, but obviously Cam is good enough at the age of 20.
$140. Can we require 140?
One of those moments where he's got a hit as a finish, what his opponent's just hit as a score. Almost got a shot as well.
He did treat us to
When
that
it required
170
80.
finish. Nearly backed it up with another one in the same match. And that looked mightily close to the
James
treble,
on
but
the
that
second leg.
doesn't matter.
Wayne
That's the double,
Jones.
and that's one apiece.
So look, it's Cam to throw first. Game on.
Just looking through Wayne's career, I find it quite interesting
58.
that he's never played for England.
if you look at what I'm Googling at the moment, it's something very similar, because I actually thought we could potentially have had players all representing England at some point in their career.
100.
Yeah, Wayne never played for his country and has never won a PDC title at the top level.
57.
Maybe the two most used words this year have been unfinished business.
Yeah, I'd say there's a lot of players out there that potentially feel that they've got unfinished business.
That's what they believe about ghosts, isn't it?
140.
That there are only ghosts around us because they have unfinished business. If Casper the Friendly Ghost is anything to go by.
Quite possibly.
51.
Do you know the name of Casper's cousins?
Fatso?
That's one.
Oh, sorry, no.
I was just going to say that's strike one for you, but that is actually one of Casper's
60.
cousins.
Is it Stretch?
Stretch, so just like Dave Evans.
And Stinky?
Stinky.
That came from nowhere. I haven't seen that for years.
Oh, there you go, and you got it right.
134.
3 stars for Laura Turner. These two cannot be separated at all. What can Wayne do about it? See, he doesn't go bullseye with the last
89.
start there. Old school behaviour. Don't be fooled. That treble 3 could well be slightly serendipitous. Because now he's got an opportunity
59.
twice
Wayne
of
Maguire,
leaving
112.
double 16. Let's see if he can get there. He can.
80. Can he require
When that left his hand, he thought that was good.
John O'Shea's had this finish. Cam Crabtree's not going to find it, and he's big risk here of being broken.
102. Wayne require 32.
That's a lovely guide.
Game shot.
And there you go. 2-1 to Wayne Jones. And apparently, we're always learning when we're sitting in these chairs.
To throw first. Game on.
But at the early part of his career, I am informed that Wayne Jones used to have the nickname Woody. I don't know why, but if anybody knows why, I'd
122.
love to know. So, at MSS Darts on X, get in touch with us. And we do have other social media channels, of course. If you're watching on the Super Series YouTube channel, hit that
96.
subscribe button and the notification bell to make sure that you don't miss any action before the end of this week. And we do have Double Trouble next week, so you might want to watch that. It's going to be fun. We might just have the World
41.
Senior Champion either in the commentary box or on the stage, based on the lineup that we have gathered for next week's special.
85.
Yeah, one player we do know that won't be lifting that seniors title that will be here is Jim McEwen, as he suffered that comeback from Kevin Painter, who himself will be here. I think that's going to make it very interesting for Group A next week, as they're both in the same group.
140.
I don't throw praise around like they're breadcrumbs for pigeons, but I will say well done to the Weekly Darts Cast, who've put out the tweet of the week today in likening the 2 double tops that Painter hit last night against McEwen to save the match to a shot that was hit against him by James Wade in the 2006 match play, where he thought it was disrespectful.
135.
And watching the side by side is hilarious, 18 years apart.
Yeah, I think Kev would have taken it personally if it happened against him, let's be honest.
140.
What I will say though is,
Wayne
if
63.
Kev's watching, well done. What a performance. Still got it, haven't you, Kev? Has Wayne still got it? Wow,
31.
that's a wide.
Can he require 40.
There's only one person on that stage who's thinking, ooh, it's Christmas.
Game shot.
Well, this is not easy for me to say it.
Cam
Now that it's
Crabtree.
2-2, but if it is Christmas, maybe Cam has got a Cam Crab Christmas tree.
Fifth leg, it's Cam to throw first.
Yes,
Game on.
that is quite hard to say.
That took a bit of working out in my mind. But he's got the throwback. Do you know what pleases me the most when I look at someone like Cam?
45.
I'm fiercely defending every now and again the image of this sport. I continually come up against people who said, "Oh, I remember what it was like in the 80s with the smoking and the drinking." And my immediate response is, what have you been watching for the last 40 years then?
125.
When you look at a modern dart player, I think of Owen Bates, I think of Cam Crabtree, I think of Littler, I think of Price. Things have changed.
85.
Get used to it. We are going to continually evolve over the next 10 to 15 years. And we might have players like Cam
96.
at the frontier of the sport, taking it even further into the mainstream.
Yeah, I agree. We touched on it yesterday, didn't we? When we were talking about Ron Moulenkamp and his massive weight loss about 10 years ago. And you look at the likes of Humphreys and Aspinall and Cullen and, as you say, Price and all those players that understand the necessity to look after yourself.
140.
And the players deserve a lot of credit for what they do as well, because the schedule is manic.
45.
Managing yourself while you're on the road is not an easy thing to do. Well, that was a somewhat speculative effort at double 18. I'm not really on board
55.
with that shot, if I'm honest.
131.
131 is hard out. Proven by the fact that Wayne does not even find the first dart for it.
99. Can you require 40?
Yeah, that 130 to 140 range just feels so much more awkward.
A bit like the shot at tops.
20.
Oh, Cam, if you let leg 5 slip.
Wayne, you require 32.
Both had 10-ton plus scores in this match. They've got identical doubling up until now. Double 4 can separate them.
28.
How many times is he going to
Cam,
give
you
you a
require
chance,
20.
Cam? You've got to take these opportunities if you want to get through this group.
Game
Takes
shot
that
the
one.
fifth leg. Cam
Slightly fortuitous that he was getting a second visit.
In a rather slow
Sigler
and
is
menacing
Wayne to
walk
throw first.
towards the
Game on.
dartboard there as he was contemplating the fact that he could have quite easily found himself 3-2 down.
This is the format. You can find yourself 3-2 down,
100.
or you can be 3-2 up. At least in this spot, he's got a more realistic chance of winning the match, because he never really had a chance against John O'Shea.
58.
In round 3, we've got O'Shea against Harrington and Crabtree against Barstow. It's not until
140.
the final 2 rounds of play that we will see Crabtree go up against his nearest rivals, apart from Mr. O'Shea, who's already
81.
played. I just wonder where we're going to stand come game 12. That's the last 4th round match. Crabtree, Harrington. Many possibilities between now and then.
85.
If in doubt, just win all your games. Sounds simple, but I promise you, it's not as easy as that.
99.
No, but it is the best recipe for success. Wayne Jones here. Love to find that treble and does on
100.
last start of asking.
$59. Wayne requires 76.
Maybe going the distance again for the 3rd time today. Double 18.
Game shot on the
Very
6th
tidy.
leg. Wayne
Cam has the
Jones.
darts, and just how crucial is it that he wins this leg? If he doesn't,
7th and final leg, it's Cam to throw
and Harrington
first.
beats Barstow
Game
next,
on.
he will find himself from 1st to 3rd in 2 rounds.
Yes, very much how
100.
easy things can change. And that's a steady start from Cam. We saw the previous game between O'Shea and Stone go the distance as well, and it felt very edgy.
100.
Both racing for that finish line, and it did go the way of O'Shea, who didn't have the throat. Wayne Jones will be hoping more of the same here.
125.
This is a good start from Cam. At the end of this match, it will be 1/3 of the fixtures over with already.
81.
Can't afford to go to sleep on an afternoon like this. You've got to be ready and raring pretty much for the whole 4.5-hour schedule.
60.
People mock American football games, saying, how long do they take? But imagine the kind of attention span that you need to make sure that you're sharp for that whole time. It's exactly the same as this. You've got to be ready for game one when it's game on from the referee to the very end of the schedule. It's taxing.
140.
Cam is being tested, and so far, he's doing very well. He's almost passed the exam.
As you say, very strong response here from Cam Crabtree.
81. Cammy requires
Can he do what
76.
Wayne Jones just did in hitting a 76 out? Double top.
Game
Just what the
shot
doctor
and
ordered.
the
You can
next.
see the relief on his face
Cam
right there.
Crabtree.
Because it means he has got 10 points. What is it about young players finding the lens these days? People are supposed to be afraid of the lens in previous generations, but not Cam Crabtree. 50% on the doubles and a 91.4 average is a good 7 points better than he put in round one. So he goes to double digits. It's now up to Ryan Harrington to see if he can join them at the expense of Chaz.
Welcome back to MODUS Super Series. Welcome back to Championship Friday, where Cam Crabtree may have just used up one of his lies there in getting the better of Wayne Jones by 4 legs to 3. A real tense affair, but the man from Croydon has got over the line. So that now means that Ryan Harrington needs to win to stay in the race. He has seen O'Shea win, he's seen Crabtree win so far, and he takes on Chaz Barstow, who we know at any point can put in something magical. There's going to be another twist, there's going to be another turn. Let's hand back to Paul and Laura.
All the pressure is on Ryan Harrington now. We've had a pattern in this round of play already, which is something that Ryan Harrington was hoping wouldn't happen.
First leg, it's Ryan to throw first.
All he could
Game
do
on.
was practice and sit in the practice room and watch O'Shea and Crabtree win their respective games. After winning in game 2 against
100.
Gary Stone by 4 legs to 3, he now comes into this game with Chaz knowing that he needs to do the same to keep pace. If he does that, Laura, we've got 3 players on 10 points, 3 players on 4 with 3 games left. It is all about 3 players going for the top 2 now. It just doesn't look likely that Barstow,
134.
Stone or Jones can do anything about it.
No, at the start of this round of play, you were mentioning, weren't you, that the kind of the result that
99.
would keep everything very, very open would be wins for Stone, wins for Jones, and wins for Barstow. But unfortunately, both results went the other way, 4-3. I say unfortunately for Stone and Jones.
41.
Do not adjust your sets, everybody. If you're seeing the same flights twice, you're spot on.
96.
I haven't seen Chaz throw these ever before, so I'm convinced he's got them from Ryan.
Yeah, I would think so.
58.
Ryan's using a set of darts as well, which are maybe the most famous darts ever made.
99.
Classic Eric Bristow's, with that bit of a gap towards the top 20%, a few grooves at the top, and then a uniform groove from the 1/3 point all the way to the bottom.
58.
I've heard from some
As you recall,
collectors online that
150.
the original ones are very, very rare.
Yeah, I know you said yourself you're into collecting things.
56.
Well, I will
Time to
say that
require
Aaron
110.
has a wonderful collection of darts that he's purchased and tried to play with over the years. He will always go back to the exact same set,
78.
but we just seem to
Change require
be collecting them.
94.
There's a market out there for collectible darts, especially match used.
74. Ryan require 32.
Almost a first leg there for Chaz on tops after the double 18. Double 8.
24.
Could be costly.
Charge require 20.
I can't think of a more nightmarish spoiler in a table than
Games on the
Chaz
first
Barstow.
leg. Chaz Barstow.
Imagine if he just let him off the leash for 3 games, knowing that he can't get through this
Second leg is
table.
Chaz to throw first. Game on.
He is someone who can just say, all right, well, let's create some havoc then.
Yeah, maybe he should drop the nickname the Prince
119.
and pick up Reese Colley's Chaos, because as you say, that is definitely something that he can cause.
However, if Barstow was to win, oh, it's 120 on the floor. That's painful. That doesn't help anybody. Now we'll find out what Ryan's made of.
85.
But if Chaz wins and goes to 6 points, just 2 behind Harrington and 4 behind O'Shea and Crabtree, there's still a possibility of another few twists
140.
in today's tale. And I have seen on a couple of occasions Barstow get through a group
140.
from a behind position. But he definitively knows that he must win the rest of his games, otherwise that's it.
Yeah, and realistically, you feel if he's
62.
within any,
Charge require 157.
if he wants any chance of it, they're going to have to be by relatively heavy score lines as well, because like difference is possibly going to come into play if that's going to be an option.
57.
Yeah, he's on -7 at the minute, which is currently 15 legs behind the top spot of John O'Shea. That's a lot. We have had a 4-0 today already from Jones over Barstow, and that did him no favours.
60. Charge require 100.
Do yourself a favour and get those 4 legs back.
80.
Almost a bit of unnecessary brilliance there from Chaz.
I'd argue that there's no kind of brilliance that's unnecessary. We always like to see it.
45.
I
Charge
like that
require
riposte,
20.
by the way. There's no such thing as unnecessary brilliance. That's really profound.
Game shot on the second leg.
And that dart has
Chaz
found double
Barstow.
10 for 2-0. Ryan Harrington not getting anything to go his way so far.
Feel like it's Ryan to throw first. Game on. 125.
I'm someone who tends to watch the right-hand side of the screen when I watch darts. I will just flicker my attention to whatever happens on the left.
180.
But look at Ryan's face here. He has a little nervous tweak every time he throws the dart. And the reason I noticed that is because I used to have the same one.
125.
One of the things when you play darts, and especially the first time you play in front of a camera,
59.
is there's never really ever anyone actually watching your face until you get into this scenario. You don't actually necessarily know you do them until you watch it back.
Correct. The only thing that's really staring at you on the
97.
stage is the very well-lit dartboard, which you don't mind, and then a camera looking directly at you.
44.
In previous times, that camera looking directly at you caused you to feel a bit nervous. But these days, with people doing things like this on a more regular basis, in settings like this, people are more in tune with it than ever before.
Yeah, I remember one of the first times just playing on Dart Connect and thinking, oh God, the world can see what I'm doing and how I'm playing. And
100.
even that
Right,
scenario
number
just
20.
takes that little bit of getting used to.
Don't miss low.
Game shot on the third.
Don't miss
leg.
it all.
Ryan Harrington.
Back in the match now. That's better. 14 darter. Someone has pressed the snooze button.
Fourth leg, it's chance to throw first. Game on.
Did you ever hear that story about Benito van der Pas, by the way? Somebody played a joke at him. It was one of the Dutch dart players.
57.
He got his phone and set off the alarm, and it said snooze. I can't remember exactly who it was, but they said, "Oh, someone's on the phone for you."
134.
And he put the phone to his ear and he went, "Snozer?" He thought it was somebody called Snozer.
49.
I thought you were going to say one of those stories where people will panic you out of bed telling you it's you've got 10 minutes to go and register. And actually it's a good 2-3 hours before the event's even starting.
Ah, the old Hugh Grant thing from Four Weddings and a Funeral. Sometimes that can work for someone who is synonymously late all the time. Just had our second 180 of the game. I've never been late for registration, but I almost missed a flight at Malaga once when I woke up only an hour and 15 minutes before the end of check-in.
171.
I had an hour to get there. That was a very fast journey. About as fast as Ryan's leg here, because
81.
somebody really has woken him up.
Game
Where
shot on
did
the
that 10
fourth
darter
leg.
come from?
Ryan Harrington.
I'll make that our third of the week. Gary Stone got one yesterday
Ryan to throw first.
in his first game in Group C.
Game on.
And we had one from Scott Taylor last night, if I remember rightly. He's definitely back in the game now and got his throw back within 24 darts
134.
in the last couple of legs. It just goes to show how poor he was in the first 2 legs. Because he's only averaging
54.
95 after what has been, for the last 2 legs, 125.
Yeah, it really has turned it around. And for me, the interesting thing will just be the level that Chaz now plays at, because when he faced
87.
his opening match against Wayne Jones, Wayne came out very, very strong, and Chaz couldn't find any kind of answer. He's now facing that same kind of barrage from
140.
Ryan Harrington here.
He really is playing beautifully at the
140.
minute. If he goes on to win this game quite comfortably, we'd maybe have to say it that the performance
134,
echoes what Gary Stone did
140.
yesterday, that maybe the numbers don't reflect just how well he played. Be careful here. Nice and high.
85.
That'll do, actually. It's better than hitting the 60. He did have options. He could have gone treble 12.
Oh, we saw a
93.
shot a double 10 in that situation yesterday.
Yes, we did. So he has to burn one to get to tops.
Game shot on the
Doesn't
fifth
matter the
leg.
way he's playing at the minute.
Ryan Harrington.
Okay, so that's a 14 darter to add
Biggest
to
chance to throw first.
the 14
Game
and the
on.
10. That is a blitz in 38.
57.
I think Bob Anderson would classify those 3 legs as proper darts. If that's the worst Bristolian accent I've ever heard.
Yeah, Chris Mason would tell you to hang your head and shake.
125.
You think he'd say it like proper darts. That's probably a slightly more farmer than it had to be.
140.
Good luck to Mr. Mason, who is playing in the World Seniors today.
60.
I was just having a quick look through, and surprisingly for me, Harrington actually hasn't posted an average over 90, despite
93.
the strong points tally that he's got. At the moment, averaging around 95.5, which just goes to show how much he's picked up in this match.
$45.
The first result is in from the World Seniors this afternoon. And it's a very narrow win for Wolfie Martin Adams, who has beaten Dieter
57.
Hedman by 3 sets to 2. Dieter was probably very motivated after seeing Lisa Ashton win yesterday. But now, the 2-time champ is on the
36,
chopping
Judge
block.
Record
Robert Thornton is playing
154.
Martin Turner at this stage. And Chaz is getting himself back into this one by the looks of it. And we could be going the distance again for the 3rd game in a row.
82.
And the 4th game of 6 here today.
It's just interesting, the different levels that we've got in darts now. You think Wolfie and Dieter put it out there herself, that
48.
combined age of
Judge
over
Record 72.
120. And if you just think back to Pro Tour, as Chaz looks for 72.
Split.
No score.
No, that was the risk.
Wow.
When was the last time you saw somebody bust 72? Wow. I can understand the play of trying to leave double 8 instead of being on an odd number
98,
double.
Judge Record
But that
72.
is the risk with the single 2, having the 2 big numbers either side. This time he's got to go tops with 1 dart.
Game shot
Full
on the
credit to
6th leg.
Barstow there.
Chaz
That's
Barstow.
how you take something on the chin and move on.
Yes, very much so. I was just saying, you think of that combined age between
7 for
Dieter
final
and Martin
against Ryan to
Adams,
throw first.
and then look
Game
at the
on.
2 first players to hit 9 darters on the Pro Tour, Luke Littler and Leighton Bennett, combined age of 35.
There you go. Darts is a wonderful thing, isn't it?
130.
By the way, if you're curious as to what Chaz has got on the table there, that little thing that he was rubbing with his fingers, I believe it's some sort of
82.
resin pouch. It's not the world's smallest pillow. It's a way of keeping his hands at the texture that he wants to play darts with.
140.
Yeah, there are lots of different things that players use now. I've seen players use almost like a chalky paste that they put on their fingers.
121.
Only ever used that stuff once at the World Cup at the iSport Halle in Frankfurt because that place was freezing. And I thought if I could get a bit of extra grip on my
60.
fingers, it would help. And it did actually work. There is that pouch. People have used wax.
42. Ryan record 167.
Leonard Gates just uses his tongue.
And I think if you're a player that kind of does that, it just, you do it without
51.
thought. It's very habitual.
Yeah, I don't think anybody does it better than Leonard Gates. He's an Olympic hand licker, isn't he? Does it so much.
58. Ryan
He's going to the UK Open.
16.
He's one of the favourites for the World Senior title over the next few days.
Yeah, another big player that's played here at the Super Series. He actually lost out to Chaz Barstow.
76.
Well, a match start has come and gone for Ryan. But he is coming back.
94.
To turn this into
Ryan
what
required
is
40.
looking like a 3-horse race. Double 10. Has to go for it.
30.
Frustration
Chaz
personified
required
right there.
104.
Yeah, match starts come and gone, and now a bit of an opportunity here for Chaz.
This would hurt. But it's nowhere near.
40. Ryan required 10.
This can be a pesky double. But with his angle of attack, he could put out a marker. Doesn't need one.
Shot and the match.
10 points for Harrington,
Ryan Harrington.
10 points for O'Shea, 10 points for Crabtree, and the other 3 are 6 points behind. It looks like a 3-horse race now for 2 spots to go into Champions Night, and Ryan Harrington took full advantage of the fact that he had the darts and the odd-numbered legs. He won't be happy with his doubles percentage, but he will be cock-a-hoop that he is into his 3rd round of play with 2 wins from 2 today. Well done, Ryan. When we come back, Wayne Jones will take on Gary Stone in what looks like a match where 2 players are playing for pride already.
Very well, welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. Welcome back to Championship Friday here at Champions Week at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. In the middle of our action in Group C, 6 games have come and gone, and we've already seen twists and turns everywhere we have looked. Laura Turner's been watching all the action in the commentary box. She joins us now in the studio to reflect on 2 rounds of fixtures where for every single player it could have gone one way or another, but we're almost where we were at the start.
Yeah, I think so. I think there's been some real close opportunities. We've seen a lot of 4-3 results, which doesn't surprise me, but it's been those front runners from yesterday that have just been able to get over the line to clinch the victory. And yeah, we're seeing those bottom three now slightly cut adrift.
Let's have a look at the results then from the session so far. Perhaps the most important result of the day could be the first result of the day. John O'Shea beating Cam Crabtree by 4 legs 1. If Cam won that one, he would have stretched a lead at the top of the group. O'Shea's then backed that up with a 4-3 success against Gary Stone, and Ryan Harrington has won both of his opening fixtures, and interestingly, game 8 is where the pair face off.
Yeah, no, I think just by John winning that, obviously just kind of narrowed that gap, didn't allow Cam to run away with top spots, so it's just keeping everything very interesting for everyone and the rest of the players. I think, as we say, the rest of the pack slightly now out of the race, but mathematically may still be possible, but you're going to need a lot of things go in your direction for that to happen. But yeah, I think one of those top 3 players is going to be very disappointed that they're not going through to Champions Week.
They definitely are. Out of the players on the outskirts, the bottom 3, who do you think's got the biggest potential to be the spoiler and upset somebody from getting through?
Well, I think they all have, let's be honest, but the way Wayne Jones started off his campaign, that 4-0 win over Chaz Barstow, we also know that what Chaz can do. He's just been a bit unfortunate today that he hasn't really hit the ground running. So I just think, yeah, I think any of them, that they could cause some upsets, but the top 3 have proven that, you know, they're finding ways to win and they've been very strong.
Let's talk in a little bit more detail about the top 2 players in the group. We'll begin with Cam Crabtree. And one thing we're really beginning to learn about him is the last couple of days he's lost his first game, but has managed to recover well, and he had to against Wayne, and that was very much cutthroat, that match.
Yeah, he did, and I've been really impressed with that element of his game because it is very easy to drop your head. We've seen Gary Stone, you know, he's dropped his head on a few occasions and the results haven't gone his way. Cam has just remained positive. It was one of the things he mentioned when we spoke to him yesterday, that level of positivity that he's trying to keep hold of. And what it's doing is it's translating into the matches up on the stage, and he's still getting those wins under his belt.
And particularly that game against Jones, it went 4-3, and it could have been so easy for it to have gone the other way.
Yeah, I think that just shows, we talk about experience in different ways, but I think that just shows, you know, what Cam can do under that little bit of pressure. He produced a fantastic leg to take the win. And as you say, Wayne Jones has shown some really good, put in some big scores today. He hit 3 180s in that opening match, which he won 4-0. I just think for Cam, you know, he's learning from what he's done here before. He's bringing that experience forward. He's remaining positive, and he's taken each game as it comes. And as a dart player, you know, sometimes it's very difficult to draw a line under disappointment, but Cam's done that and he's pushed forward.
Most certainly has. As far as John O'Shea's concerned, we were talking up here a couple of hours ago about his experience in big time darts, winning that major at the World Masters in 2019, and to do that you've got to deal with big occasions. He's dealing with today really, really well.
Yeah, and I would expect him to. You know, he's not long been off the PDC Tour. He's played at a very, very high level, played competitive darts for a very long time. So I do expect that of him, and I also expected him to bring maybe a better version of his game today, because he is that harsh critic of himself, and he has done that, and he would have been delighted about that opening win, because as we say, it just keeps everything very close, very tight for those top 3, and for them to then back it up with a win themselves in that second round. Yeah, it's just made it very interesting.
We're getting to the nitty-gritty of the table, that is for sure. This is how it looks at the halfway stage of our day. 2 games played for everybody, 7 games altogether. And as you can see, the top 3 all on 10 points, the bottom 3 all on 4. And as I mentioned, that crucial game between John O'Shea and Ryan Harrington is our 8th match of the session. So that could change a lot, and the winner of that will have a massive leg up going into the final couple of rounds of fixtures. Well, we're going to kick-start round 3 with the game between Gary Stone and Wayne Jones, 2 players who would have thought their weeks would be culminating tomorrow night, but it looks like they'll be playing for pride, even at this early stage of the competition. Laura Turner's going to make her way over to the commentary box to describe all the action in the company of Paul Nicholson.
Many thanks indeed. This game yesterday saw Gary Stone win by 4 legs to 3. And that has been the most popular victory margin here today. We've seen 4 games go the distance in 6 so far today. And you have to say the pressure's off these 2 and Chaz Barstow now, with that 6-point gap between themselves and the top 3. It's not just that, the leg differences are almost mirroring, in a negative sense, the top 3, because you've got -8 for Barstow,
First
plus
leg, it's
8
Wayne
for
to throw
O'Shea.
first.
Minus
Game
7 for
on.
Stone. Plus 6 for Crabtree. And minus 3 for Jones. And plus 4 for Harrington. The only reason that Wayne Jones is in a better position in that category is because he won his first game today by 4
60.
legs to nil against someone who is also in the bottom 3. Now, if you're Gary
55.
Stone and you're in this position, you can open your shoulders for 3 games. But I have to bring this up because it's the complexion of darts that we play in these days. Scottish Open's on this weekend.
60.
What does he do at around 6 o'clock?
Yeah, good question. Good question. If there is an opportunity for him to
60.
travel back, if he, say it's mathematically, potentially, not here tomorrow, it's looking very, very likely. Yeah, is there an option to kind of scoot it back up to Glasgow?
You could say to Owen Binks, our referee, what are the roads like?
Whoa!
Yes, who's just come back down
180.
from Glasgow.
Yeah, he's just come from Glasgow to Portsmouth. And Gary's going to go the other way. But when?
85.
We are still unsure as to how Wayne is getting home.
Yeah, hopefully Wayne might have a better idea. Haven't actually caught up with him today.
57.
Could start a campaign over the next few hours. Hashtag give Wayne a lift.
We could have darts fans acting as little mini Ubers, taking each leg of the journey.
Film a bit
100.
of content on the way.
Wayne require 144.
We are going to see 4 people.
96.
Sorry, 3 people. Sorry, it is 4. I'm getting so twisted. That word today, twisted. 4 people are going to go by the wayside today.
105.
We know
Wayne
3 of
require
them.
48.
Who's going to be the other one? Someone's going to leave today very disappointed. Ugh.
Is that the
That is horrible, that deflection. Oh, that's like finding
32.
currants in your
Gary record
cereal. They
96.
just don't belong there.
No, I disagree, but I get your point, and I like the sound of your technical analysis there.
56. Wayne requires 16.
Some situations can't be described with something other than a noise. So what noise would give you this? Ooh.
No score. Gary
Stay tuned for
require
more
40.
noises to describe darting situations after this.
Game shot
Aha!
Thursday. Gary Stone.
Accidental partridge.
Yeah, I was going to say, you've gone full partridge on me already. It's only game 7.
Second against Gary to
I
throw
haven't even got
first.
anybody called
Game
Dan playing this afternoon.
$57.
Apology for this slight break in play, but we are back in a flash.
100.
I think a lot of people thought that when Wayne Jones came here for the first time that this would really suit him. I still think that. I still think he needs to find a
100.
little bit of an X factor, no pun intended, with Andy Bolton coming later, to his game. He needs to find something that really clicks. What is it about that first performance today? What is it about when he averaged 106?
100.
What happened then that hasn't happened the rest of the week? That's almost his mission when he goes away from this place, to try and figure out what that is.
100.
Yeah, I'd say just looking at how he's approaching the board and the focus and that kind of glaze, the glare in his eyes, he's really staring at the target.
62.
To me, it's just with much more intensity perhaps than he has done in previous matches. Sometimes you just feel different when you turn up on a day.
60.
We've said it over the week. If you can bottle something that actually makes you play in the in the best way possible, I think we'd all be millionaires.
I think it would be billionaires. We'd be able to cross it into other sports.
85.
Yeah, that's the one thing you can't naturally replicate is it's a feeling. If it's based on, adrenaline, it's not something you can force. It has to happen naturally. Scott Taylor, to me, is one of the perfect examples of how that happens.
Is he going to go for the 54? He's going to get it. Oh, it's beautiful. That can be described with words. Stunning from Jones.
Yeah, I like that little sporting fist bump there from Gary Stone.
Nice way to break the throw as well with that 154 out. Doing it the old school way.
140.
How many people go that route anymore? Not many. Everybody's going to the 19s or even staying on the 60 for double 17.
100.
Yeah, the lesser spotted 34. No, I think I'd go that route.
Do you know that there has actually been a 9-darter in PDC darts hit on double 17?
I did not. Who?
60.
Jamie Caven.
Ah.
Did it against Simon Whitlock. 167, 180, 154 out.
He kicks off the 167 and doesn't back it up by 2 more 167s. Come on, Jamie, what's that all about?
Chicken.
Yeah.
Can only say that because he's a really good friend of mine. Otherwise, I'd be in real trouble. It's one of the most peculiar 9-darters that we have ever seen, and I don't think anybody else has hit it. And for my liking, I think it is the closest we've ever been to the magical 3 167s. That somebody's actually got one in there. Although Mensa Sudovic in
100.
Super League darts in Europe once had a really curious one. I think he might have had a couple of 170s and a 161.
100.
Show off.
Wayne number 160.
Yeah, we're living in the age where just finishing in 9 darts is not enough anymore.
Can't quite get that 60, which means Gary has a chance for a 2-1 advantage.
Gary requires 78.
Double top.
38. Wayne
I know
requires
that Jones
16.
likes this section of the board. Most of the time, anyway. Double 2. How does he like this one?
14.
He doesn't like all 3.
Didn't like that at all, did he?
Require 40.
And after that 154 to break, Gary Stone's got an opportunity to break straight back.
20.
I think he likes those 3 darts about as much as Wayne liked his previous 3.
Game on the
Isn't mad for long in the madhouse.
Wayne Jones.
Takes a 2-1 lead, but a very odd leg completed in 19 darts.
Gary to throw
Multiple
first.
chances for both players. That's the dart that Gary can work with.
100.
But his timing is obviously off. And he did post about this yesterday, didn't he? On social media. He just said that his preparation really wasn't conducive to playing his best stuff, and he got what he deserved.
Yeah, it was quite an honest evaluation, I think. And we saw it towards the tail end yesterday. He tried to throw faster to free up that rhythm. I think you're seeing it a bit here once again.
Yeah, it's just a bit erratic at the minute. He's got to find that rhythm that works and stay with it for an entire daily campaign, but he's run out of time.
140.
And that can happen really quickly in a Group C campaign, being only a 2-dayer.
57.
That conversation we were having about people who took in their dart shirts, by the way, I've had a good friend of the show, Scott Giblin, get in touch, and James Wade.
Yes, another
He's
one.
always been a tucker.
100.
Hasn't changed his dart shirt in about 12 years, has he?
No, he's been very consistent with it. That's another, just one of those kind of simple classic designs.
Yeah, I think when CM Punk came back to the WWE, the phrasing that was used that
140.
hell had frozen
Gary
over.
Rock 164.
Oh, James Wade changed his dart shirt. He'll have frozen over twice. The only way that James will ever change that shirt is if they run out of that fabric.
Yeah, it's quite almost
124.
old school, isn't it? In
Wayne Rock
terms of
141.
actually what it's made for. Everyone goes for this kind of light fabric.
I'll tell you an interesting story about that shirt in a
James
minute,
on the
because Wayne has
fourth
just
leg.
got himself a 14
Wayne
darter, which has made him giggle. It's not a bad performance. 86 average.
30%
30% on doubles.
First. Game on.
It's okay. It's got a maximum in there, and that 154 out. But Gary won't be happy that he's being beaten so convincingly by it.
100.
Gary Anderson's old dart shirts are made of the same fabric as James Wade's shirts. Do you want to know why that most
40.
people don't know that?
Go on then.
Because James's have these little pinstripes on them. Gary's don't. But if you were to turn Gary's shirts inside out, they're exactly the same.
Ah.
100.
I mean, it's fascinating, but how do you find some of this stuff out?
I have sources. And they're everywhere.
125.
Rather menacing there, Paul.
Well, Fridays can be freaky. Yeah, these things that you hear and some people just bat them off.
85.
And I just say to myself, well, I remember that. Somebody told me that over a decade ago and I never even talked about it.
Got
to use what works.
180.
And those darts work perfectly well right there. Could we maybe get a 3-3-6 in 6?
$46.
Sensible.
156.
Good maths there from Wayne, because now that is a match-winning chance.
60.
We did get a
Wayne
170
Require
last week to win a match
170.
from Sebastian Białowski, one of the best players not to have made Champions Week. That's a nice last start.
Gary
That
Require
changes
96.
maybe how Wayne's going to go for this shot. Double-double. Well off.
Yeah, just not in a happy place with his
40.
darts. And
Wayne requires 70.
once again, another match opportunity here for Wayne Jones.
Can he be clinical on a match dart?
Game
Extremely
shot
clinical.
on the match. Wayne
A win of
Jones.
4-1, and he gets his own back on Gary Stone from yesterday. It was a tight affair yesterday, but Wayne Jones had the better of this one. The stats actually weren't that different. The averages are quite similar. The percentages aren't that different, but what is different are the attempts at double. 11 for Wayne and only 5 for Gary. So he falls again as we go into O'Shea against Harrington in the middle match of the day, and there's a lot riding on that one.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. Welcome back to Championship Friday here at Champions Week. And this is our first mammoth battle of the day in terms of qualification from Group C. Harrington and O'Shea, they're both level on points going into this one. The victor puts himself in a very good suit with Cam Crabtree still to play in this round of fixtures. The loser could potentially find themselves behind the 8 ball. In the comms box, Paul and Laura.
Let's ratchet this one up
First
then,
leg, it's John to throw
because now it's
first.
time to see
Game
who's going to get
on.
to 12 points before Cam Crabtree's even got a chance to get there against Chaz Barstow. One of two scenarios is about to happen.
140.
Two players are going to go to 12, or two players are going to have 10, with somebody in the lead on their own going into round
80.
4. Interesting.
Yeah, and we saw some really good stuff, I felt, from Ryan Harrington in a period during that match against Chaz
134.
Barstow. Reeled off legs of 14, 10, 14. Tailed off ever so slightly from that, but
57.
showing signs of improvement on top of yesterday. Do you think starting to get that little bit of belief? You can kind of sense that you're in a good position.
139.
Yeah, I think this is the game you want, really, at this stage of the day. Things have gone John's way. He's won 2 out of 2. He's doing things in a very
125.
nice way.
Johnny require 88.
He just wants it to continue so that he can butcher the chances of other
Yeah,
people,
John
and that's the way to
first
do
lap.
it.
John O'Shea.
Perfect in that double 14. Right in the middle, but right in the middle of the bed.
Second leg, it's Ryan to throw first. Game on.
Well, everybody needs a good adversary, don't they? Like the Joker needs Batman.
100.
I don't know how many Joker references I've made in the last couple of weeks,
You
but
made a few.
I must be getting close to 30.
81.
Imagine if his nickname was something else. I wouldn't have much content. It just so happens it's tickled one of my fancies.
Just
like that has.
180.
We'll hear for the Joker versus the Animal. And I know you told me the story of how he got his nickname yesterday, but
100.
I still can't not see Animal from the Muppets. And that's no reflection on Ryan, by the way.
Is he the drummer?
He is. He's brilliant.
Yeah, that face when he's
65.
drumming is pure genius. I'm not sure if Ryan is any good at the drums, by the way.
140.
I know he's rather good with the old
Ryan record 156.
dart in his hand. Let's see how good he is here.
'96.
That's quite tidy. When Luke Littler had 60 when he was here, he was throwing the old flat dart, wasn't he? And Owen Bates can do that too, but nobody has been a purveyor of the flatty here this year so far.
Yeah, trend that
100.
you see
Ryan
comes set
record
off really
60.
by Daryl Gurney.
This is why. Has to move slightly, but that's not a bad single.
Game on the
A
second
brilliant
leg.
double to accompany it.
Ryan Harrington. Now look, it's John to
I
throw
think the closer
first.
this game
Game
is,
on.
the better the drama towards the end of the schedule. And I've been really impressed by what the top 3 have done today so far.
180.
They can see Saturday night in the distance. They're just trying to get there. And the obstacles in their way are familiar.
$100.
I haven't seen any negativity from John all day long.
81.
Even that right there it's gumption. It's not negativity. It's don't do that again.
Yeah, we know he's hypercritical of his match play.
60.
Even when he's winning, he knows that he just wants more from himself.
I think there's only one time you'll see John smiling this week in a darting setting.
60.
And that's if he's holding that trophy. He is quite a serious darting individual. And this is the kind of week where you've got to be serious.
Yeah, very in line with the Joker theme. Why so serious, John? Because there's 20 grand on the line.
100.
I'm not entirely sure that the haul of cash that the Joker got in the Dark Knight, but it was a lot. And he burned his half, didn't he?
100.
Pile of cash about the size of Portsmouth. Beautiful dart. Beautiful leg.
Shot on the third leg. John
Somebody
O'Shea.
is refusing to be broken.
Fourth leg is Ryan to
Tell you
throw
what,
first.
the way that John O'Shea is playing on his own throw here, the only way that John O'Shea is going to be broken is if Ryan brings a bat. And he's not allowed one.
139.
Now, both players doing very well on their own throw. If it continues in that vein, then it is John O'Shea that will come out a 4-3 winner. He won 4-2 yesterday.
60.
He'd take 4-3 with bells on. Remaining games for O'Shea. He's got Jones in game 10.
89.
And it could be clinical for putting pressure on the others, the fact that he starts round 5. And he's got Barstow then.
60.
If he can win this game and the next, it could be as simple as get a few legs against Barstow, and that might be enough.
60.
But it very much depends on what everybody else does. He's the only person at this stage who can be undefeated by the end of the day.
100.
And his points tally last week in Group C was very impressive, better than anybody. He may be on for doing it again and becoming a bit of a Group C savant.
99.
Yeah, but important last start there from Ryan Harrington.
Can't quite replicate what he's doing on his own throw when he's throwing second at this stage.
No, if he could, he would force Ryan to finish in 15 darts or better.
In that position, 19's first on 114. What do you think?
Yeah, no, it's not my option. It's not the option that I would take, but I do find players, they just got these outshots now set in their mind, and sometimes I think you should look at what the opponent's on and perhaps play a bit more probability.
I actually think that's worked out rather well for Ryan. It could have been a lot worse than leaving double 14. Double 7.
14.
This is a chance. Only one treble required. And the single. Let's not forget about that. There's the single. There's the treble for the bullseye.
Game shot.
That could change everything.
John O'Shea.
One of the most important shots of the week, potentially. We don't know what the feed-on effect of that will be, but my word. John O'Shea, welcome to the top of Group C and playing your best stuff of the week so far.
58.
Last week when he was playing, he did not find his grade A stuff.
177.
That's what Ryan needs to find from here. But if O'Shea is going to continue to average over 100 in this match, he might not be stopped.
Yeah, we know full well we can put together a few legs. Did that in the match against Barstow earlier, did Ryan Harrington.
60.
You can build on that. You can see what he was thinking about. Get the 180 there. Get about 100 in front. It's putting huge pressure on Ryan to get to a finish, which he should do from here now.
140.
He's done well to get to the exact finish that John's just hit.
It'd be rather poetic if he could take out the 1-2-4.
58.
Well, another line from the Joker.
24.
Back it up, back it up, back it up. Bullseye. Doesn't back it up.
John require 160.
This is to get to 12 points. There's the pressure.
39.
Are you up to it, Ryan?
Game shot on the 5th.
Say no more.
Ryan Harrington.
John O'Shea was waiting on double 10, and Ryan just says,
Ryan to throw
"You're
first.
not getting a look at that."
Game on.
Yeah, and looking at John's checkout percentage, he's 3 from 3 at 100%. You don't want John O'Shea to be going for any doubles at the moment.
Not at all. You got to keep him away from that finishing line.
45.
45s are not good at this stage. Not in this kind of game, which has been one of the best of this group.
140.
I would love to play cards against John because I can read him. And look at his facial expression when he takes the darts out of the board for that 140. And I can just sense that he is simmering just under the pan lid. I'm ready.
You feel like he's got a face that cannot hide disappointment.
81.
If he turns over a bad hand, there's going to be a tell.
Yeah.
And that would probably be him slamming the cards down and walking out, let's be honest.
96.
He wants to pull off one of those magic tricks. He wants to make this leg disappear.
140.
Now 140 to leave 140, and he's already hit 2 in this leg. Hang on a minute, though.
180. John require 140.
He might need to hit this if he wants to win 4-2. There he does it again. He's left a double with a great approach, but does he get a look? This is enormous. Bullseye. It wasn't in. It was outside the 25, and O'Shea finally gets a chance to win this game.
40.
To be top of the tree. Huge win for John O'Shea, who is still undefeated today. Ryan Harrington is dealt a huge blow in a battle of 2 players in the top half of the table. But O'Shea was at his best in this game. It's the best game he's played here at the MODUS Super Series. 102.56, and the doubles were visit perfect. That is a key stat that you will not see on that screen. But Harrington put up a big fight, but he's going to have to win his last 2 games, you feel, if he wants to get into Champions Night. As for Crabtree against Barstow next, it's all about calm.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where we have just seen a massive victory for the Joker, John O'Shea, before the break. So it is advantage to the Irishman in the race for Champions Night tomorrow night, and Ryan Harrington will be sitting in the wings awaiting the results of this match between Chaz Barstow and Cam Crabtree. If Cam can conquer Chaz, then he and John will be level on points going into the final couple of rounds of games. It would mean that Harrington would have work to do, but then does take on Crabtree in his next one. And so the scenario is simple. Couple of wins for Cam in the next 2 games, and that will all be that. Right, let's get into this one with the boys in the box.
Yeah, let's get into this one, which will end round 3. And
First
Cam,
leg,
who is
Chaz to throw
still
first.
in second position
Game
at
on.
this time, could do himself an awfully big favour in beating Chaz Barstow. Even if he was to lose a tight match, he would still retain
89.
second position. However, with Harrington on 10 and Cam on 10, the last thing you want to do is give someone chasing you
97.
a way out in the final 2 rounds. I feel like we're saying this a lot today. Must-win game,
43.
maybe. In his own eyes, he will think that. But even if he was to lose to Chaz, he would still have a great chance of qualifying. But make it easy on yourself. Isn't that what he's got to say to himself?
40.
Yeah, must win makes it easy. I think that's the key for these players. And I imagine for Cam Crabtree as well, coming into this, he'll have a bit of an expectation. He was topping the table.
85.
But we did allude to the fact that someone like Chaz Barstow, he could act as a spoiler for those top 3 players.
99.
We have had a bit of a
85.
shift in the leg
Judge
difference
McGraw,
between
130.
first and third, which needs addressing here. We'll outline it in the next leg.
71.
Because as everybody knows who watches the Super Series on a regular basis, once you get to a gap of 8 legs, we're starting to talk about margins of
58.
victory that are
Judge
needed
McGraw,
just to get
59.
close. Tops for Chaz.
39.
Oh, this is a chance, but a
McGraw,
very, very hard one. But we
136.
have had a big out in the last 2 games. Are we getting another one? Not another one!
120.
Better, but
Judge
still needs
McGraw,
work, I'll be
20.
honest.
Isn't it? Yeah, I've got to spend a bit more time with Chris Mason.
Yeah.
Game shot in the
There we
first
go.
leg.
That's the
Chaz
first leg to
Barstow.
Chaz. Cam did well to get a chance. However, he couldn't book it.
Second leg, it's Cam to throw first.
Yeah, the last 2 big
Game
finishes
on.
we've had, 154 from Jones, and that incredible 1-2-4 on the ball from John O'Shea.
100.
If I were him right now, I'd be sitting pretty and feeling very good about my chances of getting through to Champions Night.
Yeah, John's looking rather
42.
comfortable is probably the wrong word, but very much in a good position at the top of the table.
99.
I think John's starting to feel like Denmark in 1992. He wasn't even supposed to be here.
Well, very much so.
55.
I was having a chat with one of our darts colleagues recently about that very subject.
56.
People who weren't supposed to be in tournaments who still had big runs. Now, Daryl Gurney recently wasn't supposed to be in the Masters, but still
96.
made his way through a couple of rounds. What about when Simon Whitlock wasn't supposed to be in the World Grand Prix in 2020? Still made the semis.
Yeah, that was huge for him
96.
as well, because he was just teetering on the edge of falling out the top 32 and it kind of got him back up there.
Yeah, that kind of thing happened a fair bit around that time. Stephen
95.
Bunting wasn't in that
Jamie
tournament
McCoy,
either because of
150.
COVID.
Yeah, was it Stephen and
Cameron?
125.
Oh, he nearly did. Wow, we were that close to a Simon Whitlock moment.
93.
That
Jamie
was a
McCoy,
spicy
25.
meatball. Yeah, now back to work.
yeah,
Enough showing off.
Wow. I think that caught us both a bit unawares there.
Didn't it just?
Game shot.
But to his credit, he's
Cam
gone from
Crabtree.
flair to professional.
Delegate's chance to
Is
throw
he going to be the next person who starts hitting shots like that? Is that going to become the norm?
I'm going to blame Connor Scutt.
Yes. Let's blame
57.
Connor. Connor the scapegoat Scut.
Yeah, Connor did that very recently, but
58.
Connor's situation, he was staring down a 9-dart leg.
What is it about these young players? Do they all just speak to each other on a daily basis and say, you know what, I'm going to do something that you couldn't do?
137.
And for a while, it was Owen Bates saying, I've got a weekly title and you haven't got one. And then Crabtree finally gets one in the next series.
140.
He's here because of that weekly title. And now Crabtree's trying to outdo Scott, who couldn't get a 150 on 3 balls for a 9-darter.
Yeah, he was marginally
59.
millimetres away from it.
I just wanted to hold my breath. For a second, I thought it was good.
139.
That's good.
I think what it shows me, though, with regards to Cam, he's obviously feeling very comfortable, very confident. It's a very different version of what we saw turn up on
58.
Monday.
Cammy
not
Maguire,
wrong.
164.
Very, very good indeed. Didn't need to take it out. Even if he'd got the 54, he might have laid up.
Well, after that 150, I reckon he would have gone for it.
42. Cammy required 32.
Yes. I guess we'll never know.
Game
But that's
shot on
in.
the third leg. Cam Crabtree.
And he has recovered from 1-0 down. All of a sudden, the smile from the
Like it's
150
Cam to
attempt
throw
has
first.
disappeared.
Game on.
And somebody has got the eye of the tiger. Which was out about 20 years before he was
93.
born.
Yeah, and some probably.
You mentioned Rocky to Cam. He probably thinks, well, and Bullwinkle, right?
59.
Yeah, that or Josh Rock.
80.
Yeah, one of the most uninventive nicknames out there. Surely he can do better than that, Josh.
Yeah, we are
95.
a bit harsh on anyone that just adds a Y on the end or an A.
Yes, just
100.
can try harder, I think.
Agreed.
Still haven't got a nickname for Scott Taylor, so get your suggestions in by the end of today when he's playing in Groups B later. He will be very hard to stop. Speaking with Laura this morning about his numbers in Group B last night, we think that he was stuttering a little bit. He still averaged 96.
180. Can you require 94?
You know you're playing well when. Double-double.
Game
It was
shot
there.
the fourth leg.
That one was in.
Cam Crabtree.
And so is the tops. For a second, you know, I really thought he was going to go for treble 18, double 11. That would have been really creative.
Game on.
Yeah.
But he couldn't contain that excitement, could he?
He couldn't at all, and it was an interesting kind of just play that just went out there. Where that was a very natural reaction when that
76.
went in. It wasn't trying to showboat or do anything big. And as soon as he turned back round, he put his hands up and apologised to Chaz But sometimes in darts you cannot control that.
60.
Best celebration in the game? I know the Premier League guys have been doing some stuff with their respective sponsors and stuff talking about that very
93.
subject.
If you ever best one standout moment for me was probably Dean Winstanley after he hit the 9 because no one actually knew where he ran to. I did enjoy that. On a regular basis? I don't know. What do you think?
91.
Had that have been for the match, there is a conspiracy theory that Dean Stanley may never have stopped.
Yeah, quite possibly.
He's still running, everyone. Yeah, I think Getterin Price gets it. Just the ferocious nature
95.
that jab to the ribs with the left fist. It's just, it's a beautiful thing when it's done after a brilliant shot.
Yeah, I think
58.
probably the one I enjoy the most, which is a bit different, is the Johnny Clayton find the camera, point the finger, There you go.
Big fan of that.
99.
Now, Michael doesn't tend to do it as much anymore, but I'll tell you what, when he lets it go,
58.
you can hear it for
Cammy
miles.
Maguire,
It's ferocious.
156.
Another one of them. Well, that was a very wicked deflection. So 81 left. He's leaving Chaz in the dust here. I just wonder if Chaz has got much left.
94.
Yeah, it's been a tough week, up and down for Chaz.
And if it is to be 62 and out for Crabtree here, mathematically, the bottom three
57.
are all gone.
Cammy requires 62.
Double 16.
Game shot and the
A very
match.
well-timed win.
Cam Crabtree.
And another lens stare from Shazam, who put in some great darts there. I know the double-double that he got on 94 was good, but he was so close to getting the 3 bulls on a 150 out, and he could have created a little bit of social media nonsense with that. But he'll have to settle for a 4-1 win, which is the most important thing, isn't it? Because now he's on 12 points with John O'Shea, and his leg difference is fairly impressive at just 1 leg behind the man at the top. When we come back, it will be the start of round number 4, and O'Shea is back at the Oche without much of a break. He's up against Wayne Jones.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where we are in the midst of Championship Friday here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. Come around 11:15 tomorrow night, somebody will be getting their hands on this trophy for the very first time, and we might be a step closer to realising who could be making their way through Group C into tomorrow night's finale. This is what we've seen so far today. These are the 9 games that have been and gone so far. The big one there is Game 8. John O'Shea against Ryan Harrington. The top 3, O'Shea, Harrington and Crabtree, were all level on points going into that 8th game. O'Shea getting the better of Ryan Harrington, by 4 legs to 2. Aided and abetted by a 1-2-4 checkout en route. The Joker, well, he came in on a reprieve after his runners-up medal in week 12, and he has taken that second chance and taken the momentum that he picked up from some of the performances of last week into this week, getting the better of Ryan Harrington in that game by 4 legs to 2. We can show you that 1-2-4 checkout from O'Shea. Harrington left on double 7 to send us all the way to 2-2. The bullseye ensuring O'Shea got the break and went 3-1 to the good. And from that point onwards, the Joker went on to seal the point. So those 2 points for John O'Shea opened up the door for Cam Crabtree to open up some daylight between him and Harrington. And he did so impressively, getting the better of Chaz Barstow by 4 legs to 1. And he did try and treat us to a little bit of the audacious. Take a look at this. 150 left in hand. Ball. And nearly completed the perfect hat trick. That was so naughty, but yet so delightful at the very same time. Right, let's have a look at the table then. At the halfway point of the session, it looks as follows. John O'Shea and Cam Crabtree both on 12 points respectively, ahead of Ryan Harrington on 10. Jones, Stone and Barstow are all cut adrift. And the big game coming up in this round is Crabtree up against Ryan Harrington. But John O'Shea will be watching that with his, well, maybe his feet up, maybe walking angstily around the practice room. He's in action now. He takes on Wayne Jones, who has had a real improved Friday, got out of the gate quite well. 4-0 victory against Chaz Barstow in his first game. And his performances in the next two have also yielded some good performances. So this is far from a routine test for John O'Shea. You get the sense that they could be the day where the role of the spoiler could play vital. Right, let's head down to commentary where Lord Turner is alongside Paul Nicholson.
2 more runs of play to go then, and we have 3 people vying for 2 spots. I wonder who it's going to be, but at the minute, Crabtree and John O'Shea are in pole position. Harrington's remaining fixtures will come in game 12 and game 14. He has Crabtree, which is a good thing.
It's John to throw first.
Because if he wins, he will decrease the leg difference of his opponent if he can beat him. However, John O'Shea is about to do something against Wayne Jones and Chaz Barstow that I was indicating a little bit earlier, Laura. I think it's really good that he's got the first game in round 4 and the first game in round 5. He can set the target and say to Crabtree and Harrington,
140.
You guys just fight it out amongst yourselves. I'm already there.
Yeah, it's a good position to be in. John very much in control of his own fate, but we've talked about spoilers, and from what I've seen today, if anyone is going to act as a bit of a spoiler, it's Wayne Jones.
85.
He was emphatic in his victory over Chaz Barstow. 1-4-0 with a 95 average, and as you mentioned earlier, he did have the highest average of the day yesterday, but came out with just a couple of points.
130.
John's in a really good mood today. Started with an 86 average and a 4-1 win against Crabtree. That has proven to be very, very key in the building of his confidence over the last few hours.
140.
The win you've just seen against Harrington and beating Gary Stone 4-3. 2 consecutive bulls to leave the 85 there, but he misses the treble 15.
95.
It was worth waiting for. He's left tops. Wayne has hit this week. And he's on it again.
128.
That really was close.
John
How many
McGuire,
shots has he had
40.
that close this week? Maybe too many. Double 5.
35.
Yeah, it's one of the first times of today that I've seen John O'Shea miss 3 darts openly at a double.
Game
And let's open the door for Wayne, and he's
Wayne Jones
quite happily walked right through.
I know it's probably not the right thing to do, but I like to speculate on what could possibly happen in this round of play to make things even more exciting come round 5. How about the possibility of John O'Shea losing?
95.
Crabtree and Harrington having a very close game. But Harrington getting
60.
the win. That would mean 3 players on 12 points going into the last round.
It could be possible. It's not at all unthinkable.
Not at all.
100.
One of the reasons for that is that Harrington has the darts against Crabtree.
55.
We'll get to that in due course. But what do you think Gary Stone and Chaz Barstow are thinking right now? They've still got 2 games left themselves, and they're going to play each other in the next game after this.
134.
Yeah, I think they'll both be relatively disappointed at their Group C campaigns. I think for Gary, he's come in as a favourite, but as he's mentioned himself, perhaps didn't have the best level of
60.
preparation coming into a tournament like this. And for Chaz, he did have that good start. I've won the opening 2 games, but subsequently lost every one since. But still, this position, there's pride to play for.
100.
You're not in Champions Week for no reason.
100.
That's nice from John, but
requires 72.
he needed more than that in the first couple of visits. Wayne is going a bit rampant at the minute.
Game
And
shot
it's
in the
2-0
second
up
leg.
in no time
Wayne
at all.
Jones.
This is a big average in the first couple of legs.
So look, it's John to throw first.
Well, Laura, I'm
Game
going to pay you all the respect you deserve because you did say this was possible.
Yeah, and look at that average after 2 legs, 111.33 for Jones.
100.
It's completely outplaying his opponent. Yeah, I've just seen signs of it, but if he can maintain it, which has been the problem with Wayne, this could be over very quickly for John O'Shea.
100.
If he was to lose heavily here, he would lose the top spot, but would retain a top 2 position.
140.
He's maybe afforded one mistake, but can he afford a really big slip up? One of losing 4-0 or 4-1. I'm not sure about that.
Well, if it's 4-1, it kind of writes off that win over Cam Crabtree earlier on because that was a 4-1 victory.
91.
It's a big deficit.
At least John's got to the finish first this time.
100.
This game has
John
been in
require
Wayne's locker the last 3
170.
days, hasn't it? Today, yesterday, and on Wednesday when he put in that personal best performance.
60.
And he's not out of this leg at all.
No, and you mentioned earlier Wayne Jones's former nickname, not that we know why, was Woody. And in this context, would he be the man to dent the campaign here of John
83.
O'Shea?
John require 110.
Does he stay? He went without success.
58.
This is where, as a dart player,
Johnny
you
require
can just
118.
sit back and watch and pray that you don't vomit. Oh no, somebody get the bucket.
99.
Yeah, that would have hurt. That really
Johnny
would have
require
hurt.
52.
Nobody likes to be beaten on double 19. It's an awful number. Double 10. That
Game
is
shot in the
really
third
big.
leg. John O'Shea.
Just to stay in the game. Fighting qualities from the Joker.
Fourth leg, it's Wayne to throw first. Game on.
Just imagine if he'd lost that leg. What he would be going through mentally right now.
100.
Do you think John O'Shea has been taken seriously since he became World Master?
I don't know. I think perhaps not
100.
as much as he should have been. Obviously went on, progressed, got a tour card, didn't make the inroads that I know he would have liked to. But he's always been one of those players that's been there or thereabouts. Another one, as we've
85.
mentioned and used it, possibly has a bit of unfinished business, but that's no easy title to win.
Not at all.
And remarkably, when he did win that
100.
title, a player very close to me was in the standby position for the World Championships that year. The winner of the World Masters, if they weren't already in the Worlds, would take that final position. And it was my other half, Aaron,
100.
who was in the standby position. And when that winning double went in, yeah, can't say John was particularly popular in the Turner household for a few days.
That I can understand.
100.
And there was the debacle with the trophies as well. Not just John involved in that, but the likes of Suzuki, Duff.
42.
I'm sure there will be more said about that in the future, maybe. Where is that trophy now? The World Masters trophy? Does anybody know?
93.
Because they went up for auction, didn't they?
Yeah, I'm not sure where they all ended up. I think the Women's World Championship trophy's in the safe hands of
58.
Trina Gulliver.
Yeah, that was such an
Recoil,
altruistic
108.
gesture from Helen Chamberlain and her partner to get it into the hands of Trina. One of these stories of the early part of last year.
92. Wayne Recoil, 116.
John's had his chance to level. Don't look, John. Don't look.
Game shot on the 4 flag. Wayne Jones.
Told you not to look.
5th leg is
He may be
John to
smiling,
throw
but
first.
inside he'll be
Game
writhing.
on.
Yeah, we've kind of noticed a bit of a pattern that one of the reasons that a lot of these players, and it might sound obvious, but
62.
there's been a lot of struggles on the outer ring. Cam Crabtree, in his last few games and yesterday, running at around 50%. And at the moment, Wayne Jones here, 3 from 5 at 60%. These are the levels that are
60.
seeing these players win and win by a margin.
In this game, Jones is 60%. You'd always take that.
59.
But O'Shea has had more darts than Wayne at the outer ring and has only hit 1. That's where this game has been won and lost. Wayne is not a
100.
nasty man. He's not a nasty character in any way, shape or form. He's one of the loveliest people you could ever meet. But he doesn't mind spoiling somebody else's
59.
party.
Hey, darts to me, it's always been very much an individual game. And everyone's up there to prove a point, prove why they're there. Just put in a good performance.
60.
After this week, I'm sure he'll be back. You win a weekly title. And you're one of the first names on the roster for the next
100.
series. But if Wayne wins this leg, and it's 4 legs to 1, O'Shea's leg difference will plummet
140.
to +7. Even if Harrington beats Crabtree
45. Wayne Recoil,
In game 12.
141.
by 4 legs to 0, he would still not catch John. That's the only bright side. It's a match start at double 12.
117.
However, legs are precious. We're
100.
about to find out if
Wayne
Wayne
required
can get this
24.
game won. He has won it by 4 legs to 1.
Shot and the match.
A little bit of chaos
Wayne
has been
Jones.
introduced to the Group C table because the previously undefeated John O'Shea from today has been stopped. Wayne Jones with an excellent performance there, averaging over 96. John O'Shea just hitting the wall a little bit. He'll be hoping to respond when he plays his final match against Chaz Barstow in Game 13. If he loses again, he could be toppled. But it could be very dependent on what happens in Game 12. But before we go there, we've got the small matter of Stone against Barstow.
Well, welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. Welcome back to Championship Friday, where we've just seen another twist in the tail because Wayne Jones, what a performance that was to dispatch of John O'Shea before the break. And that now means that the next game between Cam Crabtree and Ryan Harrington will take on extra importance, because that will mean that Cam Crabtree, with a victory, will see himself into Champions Night. Well, for Gary Stone and for Chaz Barstow, their weeks are going to end at the end of this afternoon, but they'll be hoping to end on a high watching this one. Laura Turner and Paul Nicholson.
An interesting dynamic coming into this one, because neither player is going to make it to Champions Night, which will be from 7:30 tomorrow night in a jam-packed live lounge, because it is a sellout.
Game on.
But don't let that fool you that you can't come and watch the darts here in Portsmouth. You can go to dartshop.tv and get tickets for
38.
the coming Saturday nights. How about next week's double start special?
190.
Where else can you go in this area for a couple of quid booking fee and drink specials and watch some world-class double start
91.
darts? That would be a fabulous night out.
Yeah, it's actually a format I quite enjoy. The double in, double out. It just adds that little element of jeopardy, because you do
85.
not want to be the player that's still left on 501 when your opponent's finishing off a leg.
I can say, with all honesty, that's
60.
never happened to me. Yes.
Yeah, give it time.
Thanks for your vote of confidence.
81.
Yeah, very, very big field next week of stars who have won multiple titles worldwide
140.
and headlined by the former Grand Prix champion, who could still be the three-time senior champion by
57.
the time he gets here on Monday morning. Robert Thornton through this afternoon at the World Seniors at the expense of Martin Turner, and Keith Della has been dispatched
140.
by Richie Bennett in the last few minutes. So congratulations to the Prince of Wales.
57. Gary required 32. Game shot on the
Very
first.
nice from Gary Stone. A
Gary
17
Stone.
dart start there. Cutting the figure of someone who is a
Second
little
against Chester through
dejected.
first. Game on.
Yeah, and you can understand why he's come in. He has been favourite to win the group and just hasn't been able to
81.
rise to the occasion.
$100.
How do you think Chaz is feeling about this week? Because at no point really has he been in the challenge.
140.
Group A, he was always in the lower echelons of it. And after winning his first couple of games,
60.
he hasn't won a game since.
No, I think, as we said before, I think both of them will probably be disappointed just in the way that they've played, and
60.
obviously the opportunity that this Champions Week presents, you at least want to give it your best game, and they haven't been able to produce it. But Chaz is one of those players. He'll brush
100.
himself down and just move on to the next tournament, and I like that about Chaz. He's always quite a positive character around the darts.
Absolutely.
85.
And let's face it, when you're playing in a Champions Week, some people are going to struggle because the company is so elite.
Yeah, it could be that they're not actually
81.
struggling, but it's just the rest of the field just make it look like you are. In fairness, you could kind of make that argument for Wayne Jones, who's just come into his best game. It's day on day, got better and better, but just hasn't been able to get the
55.
points.
Gary required 160.
I think Wayne Jones at the minute is doing a bit of a Bradley Brooks from last week. He's having a really good Friday. Brooks
40.
last week got 8 points from 10
Chaz required
and came
80.
up just short. And all of the damage was done on the Thursday, which, it's fair to say, it happened to Wayne as well. Double top.
60.
And Gary
Gary
needs
required
the older cousin
120.
of 80. 60 needed.
60.
Just hasn't found that range
Change of
in that
required
60
20.
department enough over the last couple of sessions.
Game shot on the
It's a
second
really
leg.
good dart.
Chaz Barstow.
Could have been put off by the second one going further away, but plants it accurately into
Gonna
the
get
double
Gary
10
to throw
eventually.
first. Game on.
Yeah, you're not a fan of chalk, Laura, same as me. The mere... If chalk was
60.
within about 50 metres of me when I play darts, it affects me massively. I just don't like it.
I don't like it. I don't like the texture. It
93.
doesn't help me in terms of, say, grip, which I know it does for a lot of people. Yeah, and it also sets my teeth on edge.
100.
Does that sound odd? Just the idea of it.
Please explain.
I don't know, the
58.
scratching noise, when you
on the
actually
chalkboard.
when you actually use it. Sorry, yeah, no, I'll take it a step further. Just chalk.
I thought you were meaning just chalk sitting on the table and it's
91.
saying, "Oh, what have I done to you?"
No,
But you actually mean it on the board.
Yeah, chalk on the tables. In a bag like Chaz has it, isn't quite so offensive.
180.
Effectively, when you've got chalk up against a blackboard, it's a soft rock going up against a hard rock and rubbing rocks
60.
together. It's a bit
Chaz
abrasive.
require 170.
It's a bit primal, isn't it?
Very.
Hang on. Oh, we were on it. We were on my favourite thing.
130.
350 and 6. That would have made Chaz's day.
He narrowly missed that attempt for a 170 yesterday in a match that
100.
saw Cam
Chaz
Crabtree
required
actually hit
40.
one.
Double 10 again.
20.
Needed the third shot at
Gary
double
required
10
90.
again this time. Another single. Leaves the bull.
47. Chaz required 20.
This is for a break of throw this time. And he
Game's
does
on the
find it on
third
this
leg.
occasion.
Chaz Barstow.
Two dart players who will be leaving us in the next 90 or so minutes.
First. Game on.
Licking their wounds a little bit and moving on to the next challenge. Like you said, Laura, Chaz is going to be playing for
60.
England this year. We wish him well with that. Gary Stone may even have enough time to get to the Scottish Open this weekend.
60.
Is he part of the Scotland squad?
I'd be very surprised if he wasn't. I'll be honest. Played up in Scotland this year, the British Internationals.
79.
That'd be a good atmosphere. Wasn't it the home internationals where
60.
somebody threw a beer can at Eric Bristow? It was in Scotland.
Quite possibly. I love watching those old films, those old pieces that you can pick up on
57.
YouTube.
Someone said something to me once about that incident when they threw that can at Eric.
140.
They said it couldn't possibly have been an empty one. And I said, that's got to be wrong. Sure, it's the other way around.
100.
Couldn't possibly be a full one.
Yeah, I'd be with you on that.
60.
Oh, that is just typical of Gary's week, that visit. Nobody has done that more than him.
No, when things aren't going your way and then something like that happens, it just kind of
20.
elevates it as Chaz clatters into his darts. And I've seen that quite a few times actually this week from Chaz as well, a few on the floor.
Are we having a case of near-miss bingo here?
60.
It's happening again. Fallouts, hitting the stem rings, wiring that 60 bed 3 times. Darts can be a bit cruel sometimes,
140. Gary, 121.
but it can also be very cool.
97.
It has left double
Chance
12. That
required,
first start was a
40.
bit of a mystery. Double 10.
Game shot on the fourth leg.
Tidy,
Chaz
as they say in
Barstow.
Wales, the other country that will be part of the home internationals.
Fifth leg, it's Gary to throw first. Game on.
Who's going to be playing for the England ladies squad this time around, Laura?
I know it's captained by
100.
And I do believe Sam Curtin, who played here, she's got her first call up as well.
Yeah, she had a great time in the ADC Tour finals for the
96.
ladies. Losing out to Dieter in the final. That was a lovely afternoon's darts. Nice to see some
41.
new talents and some more seasoned ones.
Yeah, and of course the phenomenon that is Bo Greaves. Obviously plays their
57.
county up in Yorkshire. We know exactly what she can do. She'll be part of the squad as well.
She can do whatever she wants.
She really can. If John O'Shea thinks he can,
81.
she most definitely can.
You do get the feeling that at the end of Bo's career, she's going to leave everybody
44.
grieving.
Ooh, very good. I don't even think at the end of her career. I think she's left a trail in her wake
99.
as she goes through the field. She's been absolutely outstanding on the women's series, World Championships. World's her oyster.
And she's playing development tour this year.
98.
Yeah, I did hear.
That will be interesting to say the least. I think the eyes on the Dev Tour 12 months ago when Littler started it, they were very interested.
60.
But maybe people will be more interested to see what Bo does on that circuit this year.
I think for Bo, she just enjoys playing darts. She
81.
likes
Gary
it
Rucker, 120.
on the WDF circuit. She loves playing on the women's series. And just for her, just a bit of experience as well on the development
80.
tour. I just think she's just getting a bit of experience in every
125.
avenue.
Hollywood, anyone? Rod Harrington route, anyone?
Not only got
38.
Ryan
Gary
Harrington's
Rucker,
flights, but
40.
now taking inspiration from the family.
I sounded like the teacher there in Ferris Bueller's Day Off. Anyone? Oh, not again.
20.
Not again. Seriously, Gary, how
Rucker,
much can you
87.
take? 20 for Bull to finish it off.
39.
That one's in a Southampton
Rucker,
postcode. 555.
Game shot
And
the
we go
fifth
on.
leg. Gary Stone.
Every time there is a befuddling leg like that, Gary
Sixth leg is
just
Chaz to throw first. Game
initially goes for the old scratch of the head.
Like he's confused.
And dazed.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, and just to finish
58.
off that conversation with the England squad, the other players, Natalie Gilbert gets a call back, Joe Locke, and Paige Pauling making her senior debut.
Yeah, that's a big thing for
68.
Paige. Good luck to all the ladies in that squad and, of course, the other two squads. Anybody who's been called up, congratulations. I know how much of a big deal that is.
99.
An interesting men's squad, though. Milford's in again. He's had a bit of a gap between this
100.
call-up and some previous calls-up. But Dave Ladley, what a great story that is.
Yeah, very good. Tom Sykes is in there as well.
100.
Shock horror.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a bit of a who's who of the MODUS Super Series on there. There's Chaz Cam and Tom Sykes all playing just in this
58.
week.
And there's somebody in that squad who gets his own automatic line when you say his name. Carl Wilkinson, all hail Wilkie.
54.
I don't know where it started, but it is a thing.
I'll remember that next time I bump into him.
65.
And there's somebody in that squad who's been around forever. And it's a nice little segue because Eddie Lovely, who's in that
40.
squad, it's his birthday today. So happy birthday, Eddie. What a lovely man from Gainsborough in Lincolnshire.
84. Jazz, you require 150.
Is he going to go 3 bulls? He's not Cam Crabtree. But you are going to see Cam in the next game, which is
26.
very, very
Gary
big.
Rucker, 126.
That's that effort gone. So Chaz has got something just a little bit easier than 150 now, but it really should have been less than this.
48. Jazz, you require 124.
Yeah, didn't make the most of the opportunity off of 150, and yeah, that leaves him on 109. That leaves him on 94.
34.
He's
Gary
getting there
Rucker,
slowly.
78.
However, the distance we may go if tops is found.
38. Jazz, you require 90.
It feels like one of those legs that is just chipping away at.
With a blunt axe.
60. Gary require 40.
Double top.
Game shot on the
Struggles
sixth
on
leg.
tops, but not on
Gary
tens.
Stone.
And we go the distance in this game to see who's going to get the next 2 points. And both of them are on
Seventh and
4
final
in the
against Gary to
table.
throw first. Game on.
And for the pride of this table,
44.
they're very, very close in leg difference as well. So whoever wins will be in 5th for now. with a game to go. Stone has Crabtree in the last game of the session.
100.
Barstow will finish against O'Shea in game 13.
40.
He's just drifting over to the left. How's his Chaz?
42.
Darts can be hard work sometimes.
Yeah.
Everybody's had a game like this before.
Oh, I mean, you think I've always said it. The most
60.
lonely place in the world. It's just you up on that stage. There's no one there to help you. There's no team to back you up. It is just you and your thoughts, and you can kind of get swept up and
57.
lost in them.
Every now and again, when you're on a stage like this, and you're in a situation like this where you're not going to qualify, if there was a button on the stage where you
60.
could press substitute, you'd probably push it.
I reckon they'd even go as far as taking your nickname for double three and just go through a trapdoor.
So that would make things a bit
59.
more interesting, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
When will the trapdoor go off?
If you miss more than 3 darts at a double, this will automatically open.
And the next thing you hear
34.
is somebody plummeting through a tube.
Either that or some comedic boing thing that just pings them back out into the crowd.
Look, everybody. Pete's back. Bagoin.
Yeah, very
99.
good. Well, we do find ourselves in a situation where sports are trying to make it more glitz, more
97.
glam.
Jazz require 144.
The additional blue card in football,
A little bit of extra health and safety needed.
perhaps.
58. Gary requires
Oh,
66.
Gary could win the game here if he can find 60 more.
26.
That was for his first win of the day.
Jazz require 86.
Can Barstow steal it for his first win of the day? Oh, it's just typical for Gary Stone that.
Jazz
He knows
Barstow.
exactly how Gary feels. That was a naughty 86 on the ball. But in round 4, Chaz Barstow leaves with a smile and Gary leaves with a somewhat ironic one. It wasn't a great game, let's be honest about it, but we were entertained by the darts and Laura and I really enjoyed chatting through it. So we go to the more important game in round number 4 now as Harrington takes on Crabtree. Harrington needs to win to equalise Crabtree and O'Shea on 12 points.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where things really do get serious now. On Championship Friday, Cam Crabtree and Ryan Harrington at the board there. And we can have a look at the table going into this game. And even Cam's interested in the table as well, because as you can see, Crabtree top of the pile, O'Shea second place, also on 12 points. Harrington is on 10. Now, with this being the 9th fixture that both players will play, if Crabtree wins against Ryan Harrington, he will move on to 14 points and he will be the second name into Champions Night. Effectively, we can CC into Champions Night with a victory in this particular match. But if Harrington can pick up the spoils, then it gets very interesting because all 3 players will be on 12 points and we will have a battle royale to see who is going to make their way through to Champions Night. And intriguingly as well, they'll all play in differentiating fixtures to boot. Right, this is our biggest game of Championship Friday so far, and describing all of the action in the commentary box, it is Paul Nicholson and Laura Turner.
Haven't heard that many C's since I went to see the London Symphony Orchestra, Henry. But it is up to Cam to try and break Harrington's heart in this 12th game of our schedule today. If he can break his throw in the game, he'll have an excellent chance to be in a cushy position. Because if Harrington has to stay on 10 points,
First
he's in real trouble
to throw
of not getting through.
Game on.
This is why he's got Wayne Jones in the last round, and we know what he's capable of because he's already beaten John O'Shea very recently.
100.
Very easy for us to try and enlighten our audience into what is possible, but this is where you sit back, you enjoy a game of darts, and you see where the chips fall.
140.
Shazam is in a better place now than he has been all week, in my opinion, with his game. What can Harrington do about it?
Yeah, I agree. But I also think Ryan's in a very good place and
180.
backs up that statement with the first 180 of the match. But I agree. I think Cam's game on game got better and better.
Here we go then. Keep it going.
140.
It does have the possibility of game of the day.
46.
He has seen a couple of crackers already, especially that O'Shea win against Harrington, which was over 102, best average of the group from the Joker.
31.
Well, he had one of those in the previous game, but that one
135.
looked like it was in the 25 and rejected. 60 bull. Watch out, the bull. Tried to glance it through and just ran out of pace.
Require 50.
Yeah, 32 would be an opening hole to throw.
Game's on the first.
He's been lethal
Ryan
on 32 today. Double 16 has served Ryan Harrington very well.
Second leg is Cam
It's
to
a
throw
rather
first.
even group as well. It is almost following what we saw yesterday, apart from the fact that Wayne Jones has joined the daily party a bit more.
45.
He's got 6 points. O'Shea's got 6. Crabtree and Harrington have got 4. And you saw in the previous game some of the reasons why Barstow and Stone are at the bottom.
85. 100.
After Group C is determined, and the 2 combatants from this group will join Tom Sykes on Saturday night. We're going to have 10 more games for your entertainment a little bit later on
180.
to see which 3 dart players will go into the last 3 spots for
96.
Saturday through Group B. Reece Colley tonight, Andy Bolton, Scott Taylor.
30.
Darren Webster as well is playing tonight against Ron Meulenkamp.
100.
For me, I think it's going to be a very close fought thing tonight. Very, very dependent on first games. Accentuated by the short format of Group B action.
I agree. Nothing sewn up. And still nothing sewn up here in Group C.
42.
There are some definitives we know, but we're still not sure which two are going to make it through to final tonight.
I have seen Crabtree fall at the last hurdle in a Group C before. That's what makes this ending so intriguing, because he's going through the same sort of situation again. He does not want to fall short this time because the stakes are higher. We're not just talking about getting to a regulation Saturday night.
92.
It's the opportunity of banking £20,000 in 36 hours' time. You want to have that chance.
60.
Yeah, that's it. You just want to be key. It's key. You want to be in the running.
You said it, Laura. He's been deadly on double 16. How is he on double 12?
60.
See, it just begs the question, doesn't it? If you're that good on double 16, why don't you go 2 singles for double 16 or try the 60 for double 6? Some of the routes, they've got to be cohesive. Double 10.
Game's on the
Classy
second leg.
last start, and he loved that,
Crabtree.
didn't he? A man of many facial expressions.
Yeah, very big dart there for Crabtree.
It's Ryan to throw first.
And this is
game on.
Just another different version of Cam. Obviously, he can sense that finishing line. Seems very focused, and there's a lot more energy coming from the players today.
140.
Don't know how you felt, but yesterday felt a bit tentative, maybe a little bit flat as well in places. Today has been nothing short of electric.
96.
I couldn't agree more. There was a tentative nature from all of the players in Group C yesterday. We could feel it from the commentary box. I think John O'Shea is the perfect example of this. He just seems like he's turned up today and felt more at home. And for someone who has predominantly been in Portsmouth for the last 9 days, he should feel at home now. And some of these players are getting to know this place very, very well.
140.
They could probably walk here from their accommodation blindfolded.
Yeah, I don't know if that was a brave last dart because of the lie there from Ryan Harrington, or just a bit of an oversight, because if that hadn't have hit the treble, he would have left himself on 165.
I think with Cam on 271, he thought it was a calculated risk.
58. Ryan Require
Is
125.
this the time to be taking calculated risks? That's debatable.
$119.
That wasn't meant to happen.
No, definitely not part of the normal playbook.
Probably something to do with the fact that we were loading him on his double 16 skills.
Ryan Require 6.
Well,
the third
there
leg.
you go. It doesn't need
Ryan
double
Harrington.
16. He just needed 6. And he treated it like 32, taking it immediately.
Well, it's Cam to throw first.
Great performance when you consider what is on the line. Needs the win, needs a performance, and so far,
100.
so very good. A lot to admire. Great scoring. Couple of maxes, 3 140s. Decent doubling so far.
42.
Averages in the mid-90s as well. Very hard to beat when you're against the throw, that's for sure.
60.
Yeah, obviously if you're a supporter, if you're a Harrington supporter or a Crabtree supporter, we know which way you want it to go, but I think if you're just that casual viewer
36.
joining us today, a win for Harrington will just make everything so very, very interesting.
I concur.
58.
What does John O'Shea want?
I don't know, but normally what he wants, he gets.
Yeah, I was going to say that too.
47.
You know when Cam's doing that in the background and you got someone throwing at the board? It's like an 80s music video where something's just happening in the background. You think, what are you doing? It's like a backup dancer in the background. There you see the live
43.
table. That is with Ryan Harrington getting the win. Then you look at the plus-minus column, and at this point in time, and if it was 4-3 Harrington, for example,
96.
that column would not change. Harrington would still be at +3, and Cam would still be top with one extra leg in that
100.
second to last column. That's what the neutral wants. If it happens, my calculator is starting to sweat.
40. Can we require
Yep,
140?
I'm leaving that all to you.
Oh, thanks.
You're more than welcome.
I appreciate it.
100.
I'll have to dust off the old Modus Super Series abacus. This is brilliant.
140.
Is it brilliant enough
Can we require
to
40?
pressurise Cam on tops? Oh, he's lucky to have a shot at double 10 there.
30.
That really didn't go to plan.
Ryan require 100.
No, and I wonder if that last attempt there for double 10 just felt a little bit rushed.
Tops.
Game shot
Times they
number
are
4 flag.
a-changing.
Ryan Harrington.
That's a break of throw. He's got to make inroads in that leg
If it
difference.
gets Ryan to throw first.
This
Game
might
on.
be the chance that he has. If he can win 4 legs to 1, he can go to +5
42.
with 12 points in his points column. And he would reduce Cam to +6. There would be 2
100.
legs between the top 3. Anybody got any nails left?
Yeah, it's getting very tense
60.
towards the tail end of this group.
As Laura and I are doing our very best Ted Lowe impression. It's all getting very tense in here.
121.
You don't want to find yourself with 2 9s at the end of your score. You're going to have to switch at some point. Is now the time.
140.
Not yet.
60.
Cam's got that feeling that I was talking about yesterday for another player. He feels like he's falling.
90.
It may just go to the last round with 3 people still in with a shout. This is going to be really exciting stuff.
180.
But with Harrington not switching earlier in the leg, it means that Crabtree's got guaranteed 3 darts at tops.
60.
That 9-9 at the end of
40.
that score has really bitten Harrington in this leg.
Yeah, exactly. And Cam
Game's
does
on the
take it
5th
and does
leg.
punish. And
Cam Crabtree.
just imagine if it does come down to just that 1 leg difference, could that be the one?
6th leg, it's Cam to throw first. Game on.
These two are really in the zone. Some of the mannerisms that I see from these young players, they are
99.
beyond their years. When I first started in PDC darts, I didn't want to be anywhere near my opponents of note. I would give them their space and I wouldn't go anywhere near them. But
97.
when Cam scooched in front of Ryan there, it was as if he wasn't even there. This is my stage. That's what he's starting to say.
180.
But I do think you sometimes need that belief, that confidence.
Okay, so if it's 4-2 Harrington,
96.
he would get to +4 and 12 points. Crabtree +7 with 12, which would be exactly the same as O'Shea.
94.
This table is changing by the leg, which is why it's so gripping. Got to switch. Silly Ryan. Silly Ryan. 2
140.
legs in a row.
128.
I'm giving you an F for tactics, because in this moment you can't do that.
Yeah, that's it.
96.
Sometimes that's just when you get caught up in the moment, but it's such an important leg.
He should be chastising himself. Great darts, don't get me wrong,
140.
but he's a visit late.
Cammy require 32.
2 8s.
Game
And he
shot
doesn't
the
get away
sixth
with it. Oh, that was
Cam
sinister.
Crabtree.
What was that look all about?
Yeah, it's almost
Seven
as
from
if he
Parliament
has
is
gone
Ryan
from
to
having
throw
that
first.
falling feeling you were
Game on.
describing to, yeah, that's what I can do. I'm still here. But it is amazing how your emotions can change so quickly within a match. You can feel it slipping
134.
away from you, and it only takes a couple of good visits, maybe a bit of fortune along the way, and it can just change the way you feel about it.
Yeah, that was some classic
59.
side eye there from Cam, but if we may disperse with what's happened in leg 6, Harrington has got form of winning 4-3 today. He beat Gary Stone 4-3.
96.
He beat Barstow 4-3. And he had the darts in both of those games. He's done brilliantly at defending his throw in leg 7 today.
134.
Yeah, and he's made a very good start here as well. 134.96. What can he back it up with?
And what we can tell you is that Crabtree is
48.
guaranteed to be at the top of the table going into the final round. On leg difference by 1 leg.
95.
At worst. If he can get out of this game with a win, he's going to be safe.
80.
He'll be the second name into Saturday. What would he give for a 177?
$140. Right, never go 140.
Yeah, I do think he'd settle for the 140.
How good would this be? He doesn't get a look at double 16, and his chances of making Saturday are just getting
87.
thinner and thinner and thinner. And we're not talking
Gary
about by the leg
requires
now. We're talking
73.
by the second. Their averages in this game can barely be separated. They're both 92 and a bit. Crabtree has got his first qualification shot.
Game shot.
He likes that very much, doesn't he?
Crabtree.
Because we now have 2 young men in Saturday, and one of them is called Cameron Crabtree. So, it's now a 2-horse race to see who will join him. But he's had a brilliant day, hasn't he? He has done a lot right, and he's broken Harrington when he's had the darts for the first time today. That key 73 out with the last 3 darts has given him an invitation to the biggest night we can offer him here at the Super Series, and he'll have a chance for £20,000 come over 24 hours' time. As for Barstow and O'Shea, it's time for John to punch his ticket, maybe.
Welcome back to the live lounge in Portsmouth. This is the MODUS Super Series. It's Championship Friday, and we can confirm the name of Cam Crabtree into Champions Night tomorrow evening. Victory against Ryan Harrington in one of the tightest games that we have seen at a Champions Week here in Portsmouth. There we go, confirmation, 14 points plus 10 legs difference. Ryan Harrington now is hoping on a favour for Chaz Barstow, because if John O'Shea wins this one, it'll be Crabtree. It'll be O'Shea into Champions Night tomorrow evening. Harrington, who almost had the opportunity on the back of that 1-4-3 in the last leg to send us to the final round with all the players level on points. And that really was a tense, tight game. I'm up here in the studio, and both players, well, when there was a poor visit, they were staring up all around the place. You could tell that they were in the zone, as Paul Nicholson rightly said in the commentary box. Well, him and Laura Turner have the two best seats in the house, alongside your good selves at home, wherever you may be tuning in to us from. So sit back, relax, and enjoy Barstow against O'Shea, maybe with a cup of tea or something a little bit stronger. Paul, Laura, all yours.
It's not 5 o'clock yet, Henry. Gotta wait another 13 minutes. Well, as Martin Adams would say, it's 5 o'clock somewhere. So, if you're a John O'Shea fan, or indeed, I know his family will be watching this, it's a rather nervy game, isn't it? However, we do have some good news. If he wins, he's through.
It's Chaz to
It's
throw
that
first.
simple.
Game on.
However, there are other avenues for him to take. At this stage, we can tell you that if John O'Shea loses this game
80.
by 4 legs to 3, Harrington cannot catch John. Meaning he needs 3 legs. That's because he is 6 in front in the legs difference and 2 points ahead. All Ryan can do when he plays Wayne Jones next is pray that he's got a chance. And it's very dependent on how good John is.
180.
And the start's rather good.
Yeah, good start, solid start, but also for me, depends on how good Chaz Barstow is. He's obviously borrowed those flights from Ryan
140.
Harrington. I think Ryan Harrington might be sitting in the back there, just hoping for a bit of favour in return.
Has he put a spell on them? Because
41.
they're his, not because they're mine.
I got it.
See what I was doing there?
I
yeah.
did.
You sounded like something from an old cartoon there. When he taught you to a putty cat.
I did.
Oh, Chaz has left himself something that requires a flake.
60. Judge require 99.
Choose your single, choose your double.
Game shot in the first leg.
That'll do, and that's a
Chaz
blow to
Barstow.
John. We did say earlier that Chaz might be
Same
one of
as
those
John to
players
throw
that when
first.
there's nothing on the line for
Game
him,
on.
just give him a game and he could be really dangerous.
Yeah, well, we saw what happened when John O'Shea took
137.
on Wayne Jones, went down 4-1. And that was, I'd say, unexpected, just based on the form, but not the biggest of shocks. But
57.
if that happens again, yeah, that would be a bit of a surprise.
See, that would be a good walk-on song. The tune from Tales from the Unexpected.
60.
Oh, come on, you've got to do a bit for me.
You got to do a bit. You got to be a bit bendy to do that, haven't you? With the title track.
140.
I remember when John made his Euro Tour debut last year. He was talking about getting a full Joker suit made for it. He never ended up wearing it, which is a real
60.
disappointment. I wanted him to go in full regalia, face paint, suit, the shoes, the lot.
But could you imagine having to play the whole game with that whole face paint on?
100.
Yeah, Peter Wright has a tattoo on his head every time with the stenciling. It's not a tattoo before anybody says it's a stencil type of situation,
100.
which is interchangeable. Yeah, we don't get any dart players with face paint yet. I did think about it at one point.
96.
Did you really?
Yeah, I really did.
144.
It was blocked.
What would you have gone for?
Something like Sting from the wrestling. Something sinister.
84.
All my
Charge
ideas
require
were
108.
poo-pooed by the authorities.
Yeah, but I've heard some of your ideas this week, and sometimes I'm not going to be shocked by that factor.
What could John do with
48.
here
Johnny requires 60.
is this without any fuss.
Game shot on the
That
second
will do.
leg. John O'Shea.
2 more legs for John, and he will be safe.
The leg is
Not
chance to
bad
throw
considering
first.
he wasn't
Game
even supposed to be here. He was the last name in the hat. Scott Taylor beat him on Saturday night
57.
convincingly. And at that point, I even spoke to people and I said, John's not going to make it. I don't think his average is high enough, but he was next in line.
84.
Yeah, and when these opportunities do present themselves, you want to make the most of it.
40.
That's music to the ears of John.
But I liked that checkout from John. It was simple. It was no fuss. There was no real reaction. Because knowing a player like John, I think you kind of implied it earlier.
140.
He'll be bubbling under the surface. He's just trying to stay calm, hold it all together.
Definitely. And he's done something today that
94.
he hasn't done since last week. He has maintained consistency all day with the same equipment. He hasn't changed at any point.
58.
Feels like he's got his feel back with this longer stem and flight combination, which is predominantly what he used in his PDC Tour card 2 years, which
97.
he recently had to relinquish.
Yeah, and for a player like John, it is very much about feel. Because when you do play with a dart that has the potential to block out so much of a target,
177.
you have to have that element of feel and trust in your darts and your throw.
He's going to have company in the 2-dart range.
139.
Almost
Johnny
another
requires
177 off the back of John's. Double 16.
10. Chaz requires 74.
We are all holding our breath to see what Chaz does. Double top.
34.
Narrowly missed, giving
Johnny
John
requires
one
32.
full visit for 32 to be within one leg of Saturday night.
Game shot on the third
One
leg.
more leg is
John
all he
O'Shea.
requires.
Fourth leg, it's John to throw first.
But he doesn't want just one leg.
Game
he
on.
wants to leave with a win.
I mean, we've taken a bit of time, obviously, to work out the legs difference and everything else. I guess in simple terms, and what John will know more than anything else, that if he just
55.
gets the win, he will be through.
Yeah. You speak to any player at the start of a Group C campaign and you say to them, in your 10th game,
93.
if someone said to you, you have to win that game to get through, they would take it every time. Because they back themselves in
81.
these situations.
Yeah, and how often do we hear it? Did you know that you just needed the one leg to get through? No, I didn't. I just wanted a win.
Yeah, Montgomery was the same last week in Group
93.
B. He had one leg against Scott Taylor in the 10th game of Friday night. He was playing as if he was out. And then we gave him the news that
97.
one leg was good enough to get through at the expense of Ted Evans.
123.
Be careful from this 268 to try and leave a finish. Should go 18s with a second dart.
100.
Should go 18s with the second out.
I feel your despair. Head meet wall. I've been saying it all day. I've seen so
54.
many mistakes in the tactics.
And he's kind of got away with it a little bit. Chaz not able to find a treble. But if he'd left the 170,
128.
he would have been on
Chaz
with a
requires
shot.
138.
So he has a qualification chance to be uncatchable.
78.
The Joker,
Johnny
the
requires
outlaw.
40.
The man could be in Saturday.
20.
Not yet.
Chaz, you require 60.
Still time for John O'Shea. But time may be running out if Chaz can hit this tops.
40.
Chaz hasn't got
Johnny
much left,
requires
you can tell.
20.
Double 10. Double 5.
John the
Banks a
four-bet.
place in Saturday for
John
the Joker.
O'Shea.
He joins Cam Crabtree, and Ryan Harrington can no longer catch the
Give it his
Joker,
chance to throw first. Game on.
which makes Ryan Harrington Commissioner Gordon.
42.
So would that make Cam Batman? Or Robin? Tom Sykes could be Batman. We could just have the whole quartet.
Yeah,
going.
I'm gonna give
21.
Tom Sykes Batman. I think he deserves it.
Although we did think he'd look good in a Riddler outfit at one point in the week.
Yeah, that's true.
Maybe our
40.
Batman will come from Group B.
Time will tell. But one thing's for sure. If you've seen The Dark Knight,
100.
the Joker got away. He was left dangling as Batman had to leave.
55.
Is the Joker ever caught? I don't think he is.
Well, you could say he was caught for a little
95.
while when he lost out in an automatic space, but like the Joker, found a way to come back.
95.
14 points will feel extremely familiar because that's what he got last week. And that's what he's going to get if he takes 105 points
130.
in the next 3 darts. And he's already taken care of 50 of them with that bullseye. John O'Shea in a Champions Night.
89.
Yes,
You
please.
only require 55.
We all like a bit of that. Taking chaos to Champions Night. He's an agent of chaos and he's here in Champions Week, and he could have a chance of taking the jackpot as well. A win of 4 legs to 1, and John O'Shea is there. He's done his job wonderfully well. And Ryan Harrington, who plays Wayne Jones next, he can do nothing about it. He can't catch John O'Shea's leg difference or indeed his points now. We have 2 matches to go. That 99 checkered from Chaz was a bit of a message to the Joker, but he had all the answers after that. We'll take a short break. It will be Jones and Harrington after this.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. Welcome back to Champions Week, where John O'Shea has booked a place through to Champions Night tomorrow evening. John, many, many congratulations. First of all, before we talk about the action today, I just want to talk about the end of last week going into this week. When did you get the call up to play here?
It was after Scotty beat me in the final Saturday. Rab got an email saying, was John available for Champions Week? And yeah, we just jumped at the chance, you know what I mean? Like, but yeah, it was just literally the following day we got the message, you know what I mean? Like, so yeah, you can't turn down these opportunities, you know.
Could you almost then go into it with a little bit of a sense of a free hit?
Yeah, 100%. Look, obviously what happened, and guys have other commitments and whatnot, like, you know what I mean? Like, but yeah, it was a free hit, like, you know what I mean? I just go and do what I do, like, you know, and yeah, it's worked out okay so far, you know.
Most certainly has. Well, let's talk about today. I want to go back to that first game against Cam. How pivotal did you think that was straight out the bat?
Yeah, so Cam beat me yesterday, so I knew then the reverse fixtures coming in to today. I knew I was playing Cammy first, and you know, we were watching the Premier League last night, and you know, and he's a good lad, you know what I mean? Like, and I was saying if I could get that win, because I think when I started Group C twice, this week and last week, I lost my first game. So I said, you know, for a change, just we'll break up the dynamics of it and win your first game for a change. And I won, and I said to myself, now we're up and running, you know, and won the next 2 games after that. And yeah, I was happy with the way it started. Always keeping myself in the pot, like, you know. So yeah.
How much do you think experience, Kat? We've been talking up in the studio about obviously the World Masters title you won back in 2019, and how maybe winning a championship like that, which you have in comparison to the rest of the field they haven't got, may have worked as an advantage for you.
Yeah, I suppose you could put it down to a little bit of experience, but I don't feed into that. Do you know what I mean? Like, there's a lot of good lads out there playing right now, Cammy's age, you know what I mean? Like, and you can put it down to experience, but when you're put in that position, does it really count? I don't know. I just try to just carry on game after game after game. I have a good habit of, if I lost, like I did to Wayne earlier on, I kind of forget about it straight away and move on to the next leg, you know what I mean? Like, where I've seen some guys come in and they're upset because of the way they throw and whatnot, and they probably carry it into the next game, whereas I have this canny ability to just, it's gone, put it on the shelf with the rest of the history books, you know, it's done, there's nothing I can do about it, move on to the next game.
Well, you've already won that one big title, as we say, at the World Masters back in 2019. 4.5 years on, you're into Champions Night at the MODUS Super Series. How big is this, and how would it be comparable to that if you were to win the 20 grand tomorrow? Yeah,
it's huge. You know what I mean? Like, 20 grand to anybody is massive money, as you know. But yeah, look, I like to repay the people that have faith in me. You know, I lost my tour card. You know, I'm part of a team with Rob Cross, Josh Rock, and Scotty Williams. And I lost my tour card, and you know, I was disappointed because it ended on not my terms. So I'd like to repay Rabbi. You know, I like to repay him. Just it's not about money. It's not about just perform and repay their faith and their in me. Like, you know what I mean? Like, and that's, you know, there's a lot goes on behind the scenes. You know, Laura at home. You know, I've been away since last Wednesday. I'm still here, but you know, look. It is what it is. It's my job to a point where you know, you just got to knuckle down. Just got to knuckle down. Get the wins. You know, and we'll just see where we go from there. That's the way I work now at the stage. You know, I've probably lowered my bar to the point of I probably set it too high, and I just lowered it a little bit. You know, look, I'm not the best in the world, but I can beat the best in the world. On my day, I could do extraordinary things. But yeah, look, I just love playing darts. That's what it is.
you're still in and you've still got a
Yeah,
chance of winning
100%,
tomorrow night.
yeah.
John, thank you so much for your time. We'll see you at Champions Night
Right.
tomorrow evening. Got a couple more games to go in Group C. That's a very relieved John O'Shea, who can sit back, relax and watch the last two games. And that kicks off with Wayne Jones in action against Ryan Harrington with Laura Turner and Paul Nicholson.
And many congratulations to John, who is one of us, and we love him for it. We've got Tom Sykes, John O'Shea and Cam Crabtree in the Champions Night. Three very different players, three very exciting players as well. It's disappointment for Harrington, but he's just left himself a little bit too much to do coming into round number 5 on Friday. But looking on the bright side, Laura,
First leg, it's Wayne
he
to
came
throw first.
to Champions Week.
Game on.
He challenged. It's his first tilt at a Champions Week as well. He's done himself credit.
He really has. And I think John O'Shea did the right thing there by not giving Harrington a chance, just an outside chance of qualifying, because he has been in that position before when he was here last time, had to win 4-0 to get out of the round robin stages of that finals night and pulled off what was seemingly impossible.
He must get a treble to get to a double with 2 darts. However, he might not miss this 111. Ooh, that was close.
79.
That was even closer.
Wayne requires 64.
This is the peril of going 16s. If he'd left 60, it would have been single to double. Here, there's only 1 dart at double 16. And he could have had 2 at tops.
Ryan requires 32.
So we have seen, throughout the last couple of days in this group, some frailty. I'm not going to say it's counting, because it's not counting. It's tactics.
24.
I think
Wayne
you
requires
hit the nail on the
16.
head when you said that Wayne's obviously played for a long time and just has that old school kind of approach to different shots and doesn't necessarily take on board
Game shot on the first leg.
the modern player
Wayne
does. But
Jones.
no real damage done there as he finds double 8, second dart of asking.
Well, let me ask you this
Second
question,
Ryan
Laura,
to throw first.
because you're as
Game on.
you watch about as much darts as anybody. Let's say these players, and I mean both of them, have got 271 left. Where are they going?
65.
They're both going for treble 20. If this was a game between Dimitri Vandenberg and Nathan Aspinall, where would they go? They'd go 19s. And I'll tell you why. Because they know
60.
that 4 19s and a 25 leave 170. It's easier to leave a finish from that number using the 19s first. However,
180.
both of these players today have shown that they're not from that school of counting.
I mean, the one that obviously is probably just because it's happened so recently, but Luke Littler, he starts planning from the very first throw. After he's
140.
released those first 3 darts, he is finding a way to make sure he's on a finish. And it's very impressive. Players are using the
58.
entirety of the board.
As they should. It's not just 4 or 5 segments. You can use the small trebles. You can use the switching shots a
100.
bit more effectively. Even in this number here, 201, just from watching so many people do it over the last
58.
6 or 7 years, I'm automatically thinking 105 plus here. I do not want a ton. The only way I'm getting a ton is if I hit the treble with the last dart.
But that's been a big thing that you've pointed out with Wayne Jones
41.
especially. He's done that on
Ryan
several
requires
occasions and
140.
even had the red pen leg where he went out on 101.
100.
Ryan Harrington
Wayne
tries a
requires
Kevin Painter
160.
with 60 tops and falls short. That has got to be one of the finishes of the year,
60.
and we're only in
Ryan
February.
requires 40.
There can't be many better finishes than that this year. It was monstrous.
Yeah, in a situation where
Range on the
it
second
has
leg.
to go.
Ryan
you feel it has to go.
Harrington.
You've just survived match darts and you can pull that out your locker. Kudos.
Yeah, when you can do that,
Well, it's Wayne to throw first.
you can definitely
Game
say
on.
that you're playing well. He had to hit that to stop McEwen getting another dart for the match. Not just for a set,
140.
to beat him completely. That might go down as one of Kevin Painter's favourite finishes of his career.
I saw the celebration after.
125.
Definitely looked like he thought as much.
Kevin's always been noted as a stage player. And for those reasons, we can't disagree.
81.
Yeah, one potential positive for Wayne Jones. Obviously, the goal was to reach Champions Night, but obviously that wasn't to be.
100.
He can potentially at least get a train home, because I think the strikes may be Sunday and not tomorrow. I'm not sure, Wayne, don't quote me on it, but I think that's the case.
100.
I did see Wayne on his way to the studio this morning. He did have a suitcase with him. Make of that what you will. Maybe he's one of those people
54.
who booked his accommodation up until Friday, and if he made Saturday, he would make arrangements.
I know people that do that, probably because I'm possibly one of them,
60.
that do it almost on a superstitious level, that you know if you're going to book it on Saturday night, you're not going to make it. If you book it till Friday, there's a better chance of me making it. It's complete nonsense, but it's a rule I live by.
60. Wayne require 120.
Oh, another bogey number. Should have had some bogey number bingo today. How about a Shanghai?
100.
This has been coming for Ryan, though. He has left himself the opportunity of leaving bogey numbers on many occasions.
105.
But he does get that right.
Wayne require 20.
Oops. But a nice guide for sevens.
Game shot.
Just like that.
Wayne Jones.
Yeah, did we establish
Well,
yesterday
Ryan to
that
throw first.
if you
Game
leave
on.
a bogey number and you had an opportunity not to leave a bogey number, we were going to establish that as the double bogey?
Yes. And Ryan knows a thing about double bogeys
58.
because he is a golfer. I think, because I'm just made this way, if you leave a bogey number because it's your calculating error, you should fall through the trapdoor.
85.
We could have some real jeopardy in this match. It's not enough now that everything's going to the wire and right down to the last set of matches.
Honestly, if we had that, there'd be a queue
134.
from North End in Portsmouth to Gun Wharf trying to get in this place on a Saturday night.
This turns less than a darting arena to more of a gladiatorial ring.
Oh, yeah. The entire stage
60.
opens up. See that exclusion zone with the yellow on the outside? It just opens up in the middle if you leave 162. I tell you who would have gone down the
55.
trapdoor more than anybody else. Phil Taylor. He always left 162, 163, 165.
Yeah, but he was quite often that far ahead and that confident at
60.
hitting everything he threw at.
Do you know what? That is always the argument for it, and it's always correct. He, more often than not, did get 2 visits for the 162s, the 163s, and the 166s.
100.
Ryan's going to get at least 3 on the 154. Maybe we'll get 6.
140.
He's definitely got 3.
Wayne require 154.
Now, Jones has planted some big numbers at the ends of legs over the last couple of days. Rather sporadically.
104.
He has played
Wayne
better
require
in this group than his
156.
previous efforts in Group A.
Yeah, that nod of the head there was like,
100.
where were
Ryan
you on my
required
first
50.
start?
Like a naughty kid coming in at 2:30 in the morning. Where have you been? Where's this been?
18.
He has been really good in it earlier, but not on this occasion.
56.
You kind of say that, where have you been? Like you've experienced someone asking you that before.
Oh, yeah.
Game shot on the fourth.
Familiar feeling.
Wayne Jones.
As Wayne gets a 3-1 lead here. And if he wins this leg or one of the subsequent
Wayne
legs,
to throw first. Game on.
he's going to be player of the day. His leg difference is excellent for the day.
140.
This is exactly what Bradley Brooks did last week. Just left himself a little too much to do. Started the day on 2 points. Had he
140.
got a couple more points yesterday, or even 6, he would have been in the mix for it. He'll have to wait till the next series to get a crack.
95.
Now we're going to find out what happens. 266. Don't leave 166, otherwise I'll open the stage up to you.
140.
Don't do it, Wayne. Don't do it.
60.
He would have left
He would've.
166.
I was going to say after that. Oh dear.
Oh, head meet wall.
100.
Maybe you can't teach an older dog new tricks. I was saying earlier in the week that when it comes to Gary Anderson and the likes of James Wade,
55.
they've evolved
Round
their
number
counting
121.
to continue to be world class. Some other players take a bit more convincing.
I think that's the key. It's actually convincing. They've got to want to do it.
33. Wayne number 151.
This would be some way to sign out. And to also have the same amount of points as Ryan Harrington. And to put himself
40.
in the top 3.
Ryan number 88.
Wow, really would be a turnaround today for Wayne Jones.
Bullseye for Ryan.
49.
He looks a bit devoid of positivity at the minute, and I don't blame him. So close and yet so far. As Wayne needs 51 and tops.
51. Ryan number 39.
Jones actually has a better leg difference than that of Ryan coming into this game. That tells you an awful lot.
23.
The game could be up.
Yeah,
Wayne
32.
requires 60.
Harrington's been so good on, but not then.
To vault his way to the bronze medal position in Group C. Wayne gets an assist finally. As he finishes on a high, Ryan Harrington will finish in 4th position in the table. It was all said and done when John O'Shea won the previous match, and he loses his last match by 4 legs to 1. Wayne didn't need vintage right there, he just needed decent, and that's exactly what he gave us there. So 4-1 to him, and 3rd position. We're now going to finish with Cameron Crabtree. If he wins his game, he will win the group. He's up against Gary Stone. Crabtree has got his first qualification shot.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. Welcome back to Championship Friday here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. It's all done and dusted as far as Group C is concerned. That man throwing his last practice darts, Cam Crabtree, is going to be into Champions Night tomorrow. As for Gary Stone, well, his campaign has come to an end. This is going to be his final game. He's going to make his way over to the Scottish Open in the WDF system over the weekend, looking to get a gold ticket to the Lakeside later on this year. Cam Crabtree's got the golden ticket to the big night tomorrow. He's going to be a part of the Champions Night field. It's going to be a blockbuster night of arrows on the South Coast. It's a 7:30 start, but let's see what happens in this one with Paul and Laura.
A little bit of energy needed for Cameron Crabtree here.
58.
As he goes to try and win the group. He's got no idea who's going to be in his group come Saturday night.
97.
But if he wins the group, that will just make him feel that extra bit special. When people ask him via
31.
text or any other form of messaging over the next few hours, how did you get on, Cam? Oh, won Group C.
100.
Sounds better than I came second.
Yeah, well, as it stands, it's job done. The important bit is he will be there tomorrow night. But like you say, it's just that cherry on the cake.
98.
He did get 8 points yesterday, and a win in this game would give him 8 points again today. But Wayne Jones
60.
has already got 8 points today. He's had a really good Friday, and we wish him well as he makes his way home. Same for Harrington.
60.
We'll see more of John O'Shea tomorrow, who also had 8 points today. And Chaz Barstow will probably be home by the time this game is over.
41.
Yeah, rather local lad, just down the M27 in Winchester.
96.
Gary's been the sacrificial lamb today. It just hasn't worked out for him. But the one win he got to start his campaign yesterday against Crabtree, we all got really excited about that. Well, is that going to stay in the board? Whatever you do, do it quickly.
118.
And he gets the dangly one first.
Yeah, good choice, good plan. Gary Stone missing the single number.
Can be required 40.
You left it, only just. Left or right? Left.
20.
He went to the right.
Gary required 40.
He's got to figure out those angles on tops in future shots, but because if he's going to miss it high, he needs to have a way of getting through.
30. Can be required 20.
This is a lot kinder for his lie in the board, especially when you hit it first
first
start.
leg. Cam Crabtree.
Yeah, get it first start. You don't have to worry about all those angles, but I know what you mean.
Second leg is Gary to throw first. Game on.
I'm not even sure if he knows which water is his. He was looking speculatively at the TV there.
46.
Is this his? Is this mine? We don't get anybody bringing their own glass, do we?
Not that I know of.
57.
No,
Shane McGurk was good at almost propping his darts case up like a billboard and propping that next to his glass. But if you go to soft tip darts in the Far East, the players there have their own cups, walking around with their coffees and their energy drinks. They have these personalised cups, of course they do. When it comes to personalising kit, they are
140.
well, for the want of a better phrase, ninjas at it.
Yeah, they quite often have little motifs and things hanging off them as well.
180.
Well, that's a bit of personalisation on leg 2. I'm not ashamed to say, actually, I've got a Mikuru Suzuki sticker on my soft tip darts case.
60.
I bought it in Tokyo.
$58.
Still first to the finish. And you do sense that maybe Cam is just playing with a little bit more freedom and positivity, whereas Gary's just a bit empty at the well.
It can kind of go one of two ways. Once you actually know that that job is done,
140, Gary record 130.
that natural level of adrenaline can actually wear off. But I think for Cam, as you mentioned, he would love to go top of this group, finish day 2 as he
94.
finished yesterday.
Can we require 8?
Double 4 to be at the halfway point of the last game. Double 1.
6. Gary requires
Facial expression tells you
36.
everything.
Game shot on the second leg.
And Gary gets
Stone.
rid of that leg quickly. That's a bit better. He's not going to be bageled here.
Delegates Cam to throw first. Game on.
That seemed to have come as a bit of a surprise to Cam there.
Last time I was here commentating on Cam
58.
with Chris Mason, there's something about Cam's setup that drives Chris mad. He thinks his flights are too flat. They're not fanned
84.
out to proper right angles. He thinks that they're too flat.
$55.
I mean, I can kind of see it. Maybe it's the case sometimes with the equipment. I mean, you mentioned before someone with moulded flights just decides to shove them in their pocket and they get
137.
disjointed.
That's a perfect light.
Well,
140.
despite the disagreements with the setup, he's put it to pretty good use once again here.
Yeah, he's done pretty well.
60.
I have to work out how many different players have actually made Champions Night before tomorrow. Do a little bit of cramming.
96.
Try getting that one into. We're cramming with Cam Crabtree.
Oh, there's a good homework app. Cramming with Cam.
75.
Oh, a beautiful centre hole
Gary
bullseye
record
there from Gary
152.
to get himself on a finish. I'll ask you a fairly blunt question, Laura, as we get another bullseye from Cam there.
77.
I can get behind
Gary
that.
record 145.
How do you rate his chances Saturday night?
Do you know, if you'd asked me that after Group A,
65.
I actually possibly wouldn't have even
Can
rated his
require
chances getting through Group C.
75.
But now, from what I've seen, there's just different level and more of what we expected. Yes, I think he's well within the mix. I think the dangers for me are still going to be
50.
around the likes of Tom Sykes if he
Gary
brings what he
require
brought
80.
before. And of course, we've got Scott Taylor, who hasn't qualified, but in a very good position too.
Stone for the lead.
60. Cammy
He
requires
would love to leave
25.
here with a win because he hasn't got one today. That's a missed single.
Game shot on the third leg. Cam Crabtree. Fourth leg, it's Gary to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, well, Cam seems to have settled
87.
at least on what glass of water is his now. I mean, that has actually become that did become such a problem that now at the PDC in the big events they have separate tables
134.
for each of the players.
You know you've made it when you got your own table.
Absolutely.
We never had tables
60.
to ourselves. We had to share. I never enjoyed that either. I always like World Cup when it was just me and Simon. We could share a table.
140.
You do like your own space in darting terms, don't you?
I
At least.
do. Imagine what it'd be like for Price now, having to share a table with someone when he's got his little bit of his bottle
62.
cap and his bottle and his dart case. He's got his own space. It's not rocket science, is it? To give a dart player his own little table.
57.
I don't know why it was so revolutionary.
I don't know if it happened before, or if it was actually something that was born out of, especially the World Championships during COVID.
66.
Yeah, that's when it was.
Cammy
The
require
2021 championship,
170.
where they started giving each player their own space, or their own table.
96.
I've never played at a World Championship with my own table. It was always awkward when you went to the table and they were there as well.
I like this. I think this needs to be your new ambition at some
100.
point. Get back into
Cammy requires 74.
a version of a World Championship.
So why have you come back? I want my own table.
That's the motivation.
34. Gary Recoil 126.
Well, everybody needs something to get them going in the right direction. And Gary needs a 57.
59. Gary Recoil 40.
Let's see what he can do on tops this time.
Game shot on the fourth.
Spot on.
Cam Crabtree.
Not a vintage performance by any stretch of the imagination, but his job is done.
Fifth leg, it's Cam.
But one
to
more
throw
leg
first.
will give him
Game
the
on.
title of Champions Week Group C winner.
$64.
What it also means is that the three names in Champions Night already mean that we have 2 weekly winners and 1 runner-up.
59.
I wonder how many weekly winners will go through tonight in the Group B action from 9:45.
88.
It can once again just utilising the bullseye. I mean, as cover shots go, it's
95.
not the worst one in the world if you can hit it in the way that he's been hitting it today.
Very true. We don't keep a stat of how many bullseyes you hit in a day, but he has hit it a
134.
lot. If only he'd hit it that third time in that checkout. That would have been something else.
60.
What do you reckon incoming here? I was wondering if he might have kind of stayed at the top, maybe to look at leaving the
59.
150 once again.
I don't know if that would go down well with Gary if he went that route against him. Nothing like kicking a man when he's down.
81. Cammy Recoil.
However, he has got 6 starts from here to get this done, to finish things off.
55.
Gonna have to be 101. Didn't like that very much. And he's not going to like this very much either.
100. Cammy Recoil 101.
81 more. You have to see
89. Gary
if
Recoil
Gary Stone will take this,
106.
but it's another bullseye from Crabtree. This time to leave double 6, which he will now
74.
get a look at.
Cammy Recoil 12.
Well, there you go.
Game shot
Cam
and the
Crabtree
match.
wins the last
Cam
match of Group
Crabtree.
C, and he has won the group. Going into Champions Night, he's a very happy bunny. 15 games of really competitive action here in Portsmouth on Friday. Gary Stone bids us goodbye for now. It was a bit of a bonus for him to come here this week. It has not worked out for him, that's for sure, but we wish him well as he goes back to Scotland and he has many challenges ahead of him. As for Cam, he will go into Saturday with John O'Shea, and Tom Sykes is also waiting as well. There are 3 spots available in Group B action tonight from 9:45. But before we get there, I've been Paul the Asset Nicholson. This is Laura Turner and Henry Deegan to close out the show.
Action in the commentary box. We're going to speak to Cam Crabtree in just a second. So first of all, I just want to get some assessments on John O'Shea. It felt businesslike, really, from first start to last from him today.
Yeah, today had a very different feel about it, I think, throughout, actually. I think this was the last chance for these players, especially the top 3 at the time, including Ryan Harrington, to actually make some inroads and just get themselves into finals night. But yeah, very much down to business from John O'Shea, and really enjoyed the interview that he gave afterwards. A frank assessment, as you'd always expect from him. But yeah, he's done good things today.
It's almost as if he's playing a little bit like a man inspired after losing the tour card and everything that happened on and off the hockey as a result of it. He's almost playing with that little bit of inspiration. Sometimes that can just give you that extra 5%, can't it?
Yeah, and with the likes of John, obviously, you know, he's a real family man, but also it was interesting to hear him say that he just wants to kind of thank the people that have stood by him as well, his manager, and he's playing, you know, with his heart. He's playing like to prove that he probably has got some unfinished business left on the tour. He wasn't happy about it. He didn't actually leave on his own terms, as he said. So yeah, to come here, and he didn't necessarily expect the call. He was obviously delighted, and to make the most of it as well. When the opportunity is there, you know, you want to take it with both hands, and John O'Shea has found a way to do it.
He most certainly has, and he's going to be joined by Cam Crabtree into tomorrow night's Champions Night. These are the results then from today to confirm the status of them two into tomorrow night's final. And ultimately, really, Laura, the way today kind of hinged was the fact that Ryan Harrington had two very, very big games against the top two, and he couldn't find victories in those matches.
Yeah, it really did come down to those losses really for Ryan in the end. It made all the difference, and obviously with John beating Cam early on, but then Cam finding the win against Ryan, it just changed that whole dynamic. And it was down really to Chaz Barstow to kind of pay back a favour. I think he was lent some flights from Ryan Harrington, but John just proved too strong, and obviously the rest is history.
The rest is history. So it's Cam Crabtree who makes his way through alongside John O'Shea, and well, we can hear straight from you. Cam, welcome back into the studio. It's becoming like a second home for yourself now. Many, many congratulations into Champions Night. And after that first game, how much of a hard work was it?
Yeah, it wasn't. I thought win the first game, and then obviously myself and John being so close, it's like a 4-pointer sort of thing. So if I won, I was 4 points clear, and then if I lost, he was ahead of me probably on leg difference. So I lost that, but I looked at it. I don't think I've won a first game all week, to be honest. I thought I did the same thing yesterday, so that can be my one loss of the day. Win the other 4, I'll be fine. And I managed to do that, so that was it really.
And you had to battle your way through in matches, particularly against Ryan Harrington, that massive game in the middle of the session. You found yourself 3-1 down, but you managed to find a way of pulling out the fire. And Ryan was throwing everything at you in that match.
It was quite fun.
Imagine it being that fun.
No, it was. I just enjoyed playing. I knew what it meant to him, and I thought, well, it meant just as much to me. But I thought the pressure is on him. He's the one that has to beat me. So I'll just do what I'm doing. And
right, this is the 73 to win the match. Ryan's on 56. What's going through your mind when that treble's hit?
Well, I thought that was good, and then I threw it double A, and I threw it like I didn't want to win, and then I did, and then I reacted like I really wanted to win. So it was interesting to watch, I suppose. So I kept it interesting. So everyone at home had something to enjoy, I suppose.
Yeah, and we definitely did in the commentary box, and well played, because there have been ups and downs throughout the week, but I don't know what you feel, but especially coming into this Group C, something changed in kind of your whole approach, your attitude towards, it was your last chance to get through to finals night. So just tell me, how important is this to you? How are you actually feeling right now? You not just through, but you topped the group.
No, it's important. Obviously, I wanted to be here. I feel like I deserve to be here, and maybe at the start of the week my performances didn't show that, but I said to you guys yesterday I didn't have the best start, and I'm not very good in the morning. I never do well in the morning on the development or challenge tour either, so I know that. And first game in this group I've lost both times. Maybe that's still too early for me, but Group B I've always been okay, and Saturday I tend to do okay. So for me, a lot of people find it easier in the group and then struggle on Saturday. The group is the hard work for me. I'd much rather be on Saturday. I don't care about the group. Just get through that and then have fun on Saturday,
Interesting you say that you feel like you deserve to be. Do you feel like now you're in a space with everything that you've achieved the last 18 months that in terms of the outside of the PDC Pro Tour side, you're right at the very elite of it?
Yeah, don't get me wrong. There's some great players that aren't here. You look at Steve West. He was meant to be here. He's been very good. Daryl, my mate, very good. Not here. Even Conan won here. He's not. He won here, but he's not here. And there's plenty of other players who I'm sure I've missed out. But I'm playing good darts. Or I have been playing good darts. You don't get here by accident, and I want to win here, especially as a weekly winner. There's obviously a couple of guys here that aren't weekly winners, and I don't want one of them to win it because they didn't win the week. So if they do, then well done to them. But I want to win it.
Do you almost feel like because you won a week, you have almost a deserving right to be in this part, and you want to prove the people that didn't win a week almost a point again?
Not a point. Obviously, like you look at John. So John has played great darts the last 2 days. Played very good darts last week. He came up against a very good Scott Taylor, who I found out about the first 3 days of this week. But that doesn't take anything away from the guys who've come in. I just think being Champions Week and being a champion, I want to win.
Right, you did something a little bit audacious earlier on.
Yeah.
Do you want to have a look at the 150?
No, I missed it.
You did miss it, but what possesses a man to go 3 balls on 150?
Well, I like the bullseye, and then I thought if I throw the first one, it goes in, then I can go treble 20 tops if it doesn't sit nicely. But it sat all right, so I went for the bull again and missed it, and then I wanted the dart to go in between the 2 I'd thrown, and it just rolled off the top one, which was unfortunate. But if Chaz was on a checkout, I'd never do that. And when we went back in the practice room, I said to Chaz, I hope you don't think I was being disrespectful or anything. I just, if I hit that, then it would be good. Like, people would see it and stuff. It's just something different. So that's the only reason I went for it. Just exciting for people at home and you guys in the comms, and just have fun.
We did kind of wonder, because obviously there was that conversation, that you hadn't won that title and there was a bit of banter, and now you've won a weekly title. We wondered if maybe, you saw Connor Scutt, because, another local lad that isn't here this week, he went for the 3 bullseyes on the back of the 9 darters. I didn't know if there was a little bit of a fun rivalry going on there, so a bit more bragging rights.
No, Connor always says to me about 9 darts going 180, then the 171, 390s and the balls, which I'd be happy to hit a 9 dart a traditional way, let alone doing that. I leave that to Connor. He's a lot better on that than I am, but I don't know, I just went up and I thought if Chaz doesn't leave it, maybe I go for the ball. And then sometimes against Andy, I checked that 127 to win earlier on in the week, and I wasn't going for the ball, and then I got to the board, and then I was. So when I got to the board, that was a decision I made, and that's just what I stuck with.
Right, you're quite literally and metaphorically within touching distance of this now. I can see your eyes lighting up when I touch it there. How important is tomorrow night, and how would you compare the opportunity you've now got in front of you compared to maybe what you've had before in your career?
Yeah, it's obviously huge. I don't really know what to say. It's like, there'll be 6 of us tomorrow. We all want to win. I've played well to get here, and that's thanks to, well, firstly the darts I've thrown, but secondly the people I've got around me, with my parents, my manager, my sponsors. They've all been brilliant, my practice partners. So tomorrow I just hope, we get a lot of people in here and the 6 of us put on some good darts, and it's exciting to watch. I obviously would love to win it, and I think I would be naive to say I haven't thought about it, but now I'm not. I'm thinking about winning my first game, and then my second game, and my third game, and my fourth game, and then I think it's 4 games to win, isn't it? But the way I see it, when I come in tomorrow, if I win 10 games, I'll have won it. So I'll just keep winning and I'll be okay.
You mentioned family. Look, we often speak about, obviously, your relationship with Owen Bates, is a good friend of you, but I know that your dad's a big inspiration for yourself. How important has he been in your journey?
Yeah, obviously very important. When I get out of here in a couple of minutes, I'll call him when I walk home. It's and my mum loves to message me and tell me how well I've done, even when I've been not very good. She's always supporting me, which that's all you can ask for from your mum, I suppose. But they're all really helpful. And this week I've had people, whether it's calling or texting, a lot of the time it can be difficult when you come away, you're just sat in the room by yourself. But I've had plenty of calls to just reassure myself and keep myself, busy, which I've been very grateful for. So yeah, they've been great, and hopefully I can put on a show for them tomorrow, and if they're not already, then make them proud.
That's really, really great to hear, Cam. Many, many congratulations. We're going to see you at Champions Night tomorrow night. We'll just keep you there for just a second. What we're going to have a little look at now is the breakdown of the groups, because we now know half of the players that are going to be into Champions Night tomorrow. And already, Laura, it really is hotting up, isn't it? Because you've got Tom Sykes in there, the winner of Group A. Obviously, Cam, winner of Group C. And we already know what the first game of tomorrow's Champions Night is going to be. And it's a bit of a tantalising one because it's Tom Sykes against John O'Shea.
Yeah, it's already shaping up to be outstanding. We knew it would be. We saw the field and we were very excited. But still more names to add to that list. 3 of those players from Group B are going to be joining us tomorrow night. And, Scott Taylor, to me, is another player. He's played very well in Group A. He was so unfortunate not to have qualified. But that was just down to the quality of Tom Sykes. Bolton, Webster, Moonacamp, Coley, and for me it's still very, very much a bit like today. It's not sewn up. It's not one of the ones that's going to be easy to call. So yeah, I'm looking forward to tonight now because I can't wait for tomorrow.
It really is hotting up indeed. So we know half the names through to Champions Night tomorrow evening now. Cam, many congratulations. We'll see you tomorrow night. Laura, we'll see you a little bit later on this evening on the double shift once again. And we shall see you from 9:45 to see who the final 3 names through to Champions Night tomorrow evening is going to be and who is going to be one step closer to lifting this title for the very first time on Saturday night. As far as Group C is concerned, well, it was Cam Crabtree who took all the W's. Bye from us.
Crabtree has got his first qualification shot.
Game shot.
He likes that very much.